Good morning and welcome to day 3 of this game between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the West Indies Cricket Academy here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. At the end of yesterday, the Harpy Eagles 248 for 3 in response to 485 by the Academy, and we spoke to the players who were on top of their games yesterday as players of the day, and this is how it went.
Challenging score 485. Tell us your approach from the get-go until the century.
Yeah, I just tried to get myself in. I know it was going to be a good wicket, so the longer I bat, the easier it will become, and tried to play every ball one ball at a time and play it on its merit.
Okay, so we saw you started out with Chandra Paul, both of you batting well, 127 partnership. What was your role in the partnership?
Yeah, I think it was just to stick to the basics. You know, we were rotating straight pretty good. We put away the bad balls when we were given the opportunity, and I think that partnership really set us up to where we are now.
And then you saw 3 wickets fell. Well, Chandra Paul, your captain, and Anderson, but you're still there. What is the determination?
I wanted, once I got a start, I wanted to push on as deep as I could, and hopefully tomorrow continue doing the same thing, continue doing the little things and the basics as much as possible.
So you had 2 landmarks, your second first-class 100, and you also passed 1,000 runs in first-class during the innings. How are you feeling about those achievements?
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to get those achievements. I'm proud of myself for that. We just got to come back tomorrow. I think the main focus is to come back tomorrow and bat as deep as possible into the game.
Any goals for tomorrow?
One ball at a time.
One ball at a time. And congratulations, I know your team is already in the final. What are your projections as you look forward to going beyond this game?
Yeah, no, it's to finish off this game, of course, and then go in fresh against whoever wins against Barbados and Trinidad. So I think the main objective is just to finish this one and then we regroup and come back again against the final.
Congratulations and all the best to you.
Thank you.
We're delighted to be speaking to Omari Goodrich after an outstanding performance here in this game against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. You were batting with your captain and your team was in a position of 169 for 6, and you were able to score 100 and put on a partnership of 280 with your captain. Tell me all what was happening.
So from the beginning when I went out to bat, the skipper, we had lost some wickets and instructions, and the skipper was on about 40 something like that. So main plan was just to make it work as soon as possible. Spend some time at the pitch with the skipper and
So your first class 100 at the historic venue and keep the recreation. How is that feeling?
it's a good feeling. Yeah, just happy. Skipper as well. Happy to see
Here's also my thought. Came out after that, after 122. He came out firing, bowling hard, running up the hill. What is it like being an all-rounder? What is the expectation like on a young lad like you?
Well, you got to both. You got bat for the team, both for the team. You will spend most of the day batting yesterday and take up the new ball this morning and run out the fellas for the team. It might be hard when I'm taxing on the body, but just going to enjoy it.
So do you enjoy both?
Yeah.
Wow. So well, we wish you all the best and we hope that in the near future we'll be hearing about you in the international circle. All the best.
Resuming with Zimol. So you see the pair who are resuming their innings. Nandu, who had that eloquent interview yesterday, which I so enjoyed. He will resume on 110, 186 balls, 13 fours, and he's resuming with Zemal Ramsamy, the youngster who is on debut, and he is on 12. And we also spoke to Amari Goodrich, quite an amazing youngster, tall in stature, big of heart, and a balanced talent in batting and bowling. I think both of the youngsters whom I interviewed, I think they have a bright future. One hopes that they keep fit and they keep focused.
Yeah, good morning, Seth. Morning to the viewing and listening audience. I must say well played to Nandu. He batted brilliantly yesterday. I thought he was the one to, go off flying yesterday, but Chandapal did just that, and he just stayed behind and batted brilliantly. Played a supporting role to Chandapal, and then when Chandapal departed, he just blossomed into his innings.
So,
on the other hand, Goodrich, he has shown real heart and determination, Seth. Batted brilliantly, and then came out and opened the bowling and bowled, brilliantly also. I'm pretty impressed with him. His all-round performance.
So we're hoping that we have another good day today here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. The batters did their part. In fact, 308 runs were scored during the day, comparative to the previous day when we had 400. The first day when we had 423 runs being scored, all on the first day to the West Indies Academy. And you're going to see something that is amazing here. A man batted, scored 180. Then the man wicket kept wicket, and now that man is going to open the bowling on the third day, and it is all the captain of the West Indies Academy, Rivaldo Clark.
Yeah, as we were, talking about earlier on, said these players are multifaceted, so that's a good thing to see.
Oh, and he's right on target. Drew Nandu into a defensive prod.
Yeah, that's a good start, and in the pitch report I alluded to that rough area just outside the off stump for the left-handers, and they're looking to exploit it straight away.
He must be saying, guys, you all didn't do it the way I wanted yesterday, so I'm going to be the surprise start today.
Yeah,
and he's right on target.
The leg spinner being in operation from that end.
Matara.
With the variation of the leg spin and the googly out of that rough.
Nandu anxious to get going again. Stated his intention very clear that he is just going to take it at every ball, stroke by stroke, ball by ball, and he would see where he gets. Quite a clear concept in terms of accumulating runs. So Nandu being the third centurion of this match. The man who is bowling was the first, Rivaldo Clark. 3 dot deliveries, 4 dot deliveries, or 3 dot deliveries so far. Young Barbadian who is, as you said, multi-talented, multifaceted, and one can only 4 dot deliveries for the youngster, and he has hit the target just outside the off stump. First run of the morning, Nandu gets to 111, so he has to watch the Nelson. And he brings Sammy to face. Just one delivery of the first over this morning. Rivaldo Clark starting from the northern or the pavilion end here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Tuck it back behind the stumps. That's also good to see after that injury at the beginning of Guyana's innings yesterday. Strong lad though.
Yeah, looks to be struggling a bit still, but he's willing to fight on, set.
Well, smart bowling. Sammy just playing it on the bounce to and Becky Joseph. Over comes to an end, 1 run off the over, the first ball of the over. Nandu moving from 110 to 111, and Ransamy remains on 12.
Yeah, good start by the West Indies Academy captain in bowling. Bowling some diligent off spin.
You were speaking earlier, Dave, about the rough, etc. Now we're going to go to the pitch report so that our listeners would get us.
ARG again for the third day of this encounter. Guyana Happy Eagles up against the West Indies Academy. We're looking forward to a good day's play again today. Yesterday and the first day we saw some runs being scored. As I said, it's been a good batting track so far, and we're looking forward for today's match report. Let's have a look at the track today. Yeah, so in this area here, we're getting a bit of rough. So again, I'm looking at the spinner's going to have a big part to play, especially against the left-handers. So on the other side of it, we're going to have, if we can have off spin from the other side coming in, it's getting a bit rough here on this side too, and it's wearing. So spinners are going to come into play definitely. And the other end is basically the same thing. It's starting to get a bit rough with the foot marks. So we're going to, hopefully the spin can play a great part today, and we're looking forward for a good day today, ready for action today.
Pittman will see what he can do at the pitch. Nice warm-up delivery. Nandu continues his scoring here. Pittman also had a little challenge yesterday, had to run off the field. We didn't quite get to know what the specifics would have been, but he came back on the field and he did have a couple of overs and also was really athletic around the boundary, running like you used to see Michael Holding sprint around those boundaries as a fast bowler, and that was quite impressive.
Yeah, I had a chat with him this morning. Said, he told me that he had a bit of a upset tummy. So he actually threw up all that he ate for lunch.
Ooh.
So giving him some advice not to eat so much at lunchtime. And,
a beautiful Yorker. Really one angling into the off stump, but good defensive work on the part of Zeno Ransami, tall Guyana mid-order batter. So you're telling him don't eat so much.
No, you don't want to eat so much when you know you have to go and bowl. Yeah, you definitely want to keep your stomach as empty as possible. So what's going to be important for him, you got to eat a big breakfast in the morning. Make sure he has a solid breakfast so you can take him,
Simple as these advice maybe, they are important. Ooh, that's a good one. That one caught him napping, caught Ransami napping, not really committing, not playing out on the front foot, kept a bit low and beat him outside the off stump.
Yeah, that's a brilliant delivery by young Pittman. And if you see set the level of uncertainty creeping in, because there's a man back on the hook, there's a man at a wide fine leg position, so he's not too sure whether when the short ball is going to come. So he's hanging back a bit, and that one kept a bit low to and found him on the back foot.
And here you see the attempted Yorker again, because he was greeted with a Yorker first ball up, and then the other, perhaps suspecting that there could have been a short ball, that one caught him a full length one, and then a full toss attempted Yorker on the part of. There is clear instructions you can already read from the West Indies Academy. The captain started, he was trying to bowl in the rough outside the off stump to the left-hander. Pittman now coming in. It has been full length deliveries, and it would be interesting to see what comes next. Shorter one, stay down to Renika Smith at backward point, only a single. So Zeno Ramsamy gets off the mark for the morning. In fact, moves his score along from 12 to 13. The 250 comes up. 251 now for 3. So the 250 coming up at the end of over number 69.
Yeah, Seth, you must give credit to the young academy bowling attack. They have managed to keep the Guyanese batsmen on the check for quite some time yesterday. I thought they did a brilliant job in terms of keeping them on the check.
Definitely. When you look at the contrast, well, the over has been completed. A very good over on the part of Kelvin Pittman. Only a run scored. In fact, 2 runs coming from it. But also we saw these 2 Yorker length deliveries. A good testing over with Guyana 251 for 3. We were speaking about the amount of runs that was scored on the first day when the West Indies Academy batted 423. They scored for 6 on the first day. And then the rest of the day they added 62 to the overnight score, and then Guyana Harpy Eagles batted, went in on 248. So you see a huge disparity of over 100 runs between the teams. So it meant that the team bowling second, the West Indies Academy, they really had some containing bowling, because they were the ones scoring in a canter when they batted.
Yeah, they batted brilliantly. This is what I'm talking about. I'll definitely love to see the leg spinner from that end. There's a bit of rough outside the off stump for the left-handers, and that should pose some problems for the left-handers.
We were speaking about it actually yesterday when he came in, that we would have loved to see him. There is also the win factor. Comes in, and Zenul Ramsamy is in defense. Both players almost look alike in terms of physical layout. They may not have the big, massive physique like the big guy Goodrich and Smith, Renika Smith, but in terms of physical structure, driven nicely, but only a single to Ramsamy. And when you look at how both of them are, it tells you, wow, that you spoke about reach yesterday, you spoke about the height, the difference in the height of the batter. And Ramsamy used his height on that occasion to the tall Motara. And Motara now has the opportunity of perhaps picking that rough, because he's bowling from the northern end for the first time, and he's bowling against the left-hander. Nando keeps rotating the strike, a hallmark of his batting.
I would like to see him going around the wicket though to Nando. That rough should pose some problems for him once he can land the ball in the right areas.
Oh, now the peel given by umpire Brathwaite. Ramsamy LBW to Motara, getting his third wicket and making the breakthrough this morning. It is in fact good thought by the captain, good bowling by Motara, and the young Ramsamy only getting 14 on debut, but would realize that he came in at a time just before the close and did support his man, but Motara has other ideas. Only his first over from that end all match, and that one, yes, held its way, and that was clearly adjacent.
Yeah, well bowled by young leg spinner Motara. And as I was alluding to, I wanted to see him bowl from that end. He should get some assistance from the rough. That wasn't pitching the rough really, but that should be his better end based on what's going on with the pitch. And
we also spoke about the win factor yesterday. Him as the leg spinner having advantage. Sometimes it's the northerly and sometimes the southerly. Well, we have northeastern trade winds, but sometimes it comes from northeast, sometimes it comes from southeast. And we see now another debutant making his way out.
Van Land?
Yes, Van Land. So the man who came in and showed that he had a little fire with the ball.
Yes, he surely did. For starters, he wasn't given the opportunity to express himself, but after he got going, I think he came into the zone and he bowled a decent line and length.
Well, Van Land would have good wrist work because he's a national table tennis player in Guyana. So you know table tennis is a lot of wrist work.
Yeah, he should have good, eye on the ball too.
And eye coordination.
Coordination, yeah.
But he's also a powerful guy, so he brings a lot of options, and he drives back to Motara. All these who would have come to the under-19 system. All who would have come to the West Indies under-19 system would always want to have bragging rights, and as you recognize, he's one of those players who would have played with the West Indies under-19 in the last World Cup. Drives at that dangerously, and the ball may have it struck the bat, may have also struck the pad, but a good over on the part of Motara, claiming his third wicket, so he has 3 out of 4.
Yeah, well, I was having a chat with the coach of the West Indies Academy, and he deliberately point out the leg spinner. Their team will have the service of a nice little young leg spinner, so it'll be a good game for him. So and he's doing exactly what his coach thought about him.
Yes.
He's picking up some wickets.
Yes. Getting one this morning in his first over, and that was Ran Sammy.
I'm wondering why he said the thought of young Clark bowling that first over for the morning.
Well, I guess Rivaldo Clark, he wants to test things, and perhaps he wants to set a good model. He was well controlled with the over that he bowled.
Yes, he did.
And he may be saying, I want this to happen. I want you to see the line. Perhaps testing things out as well.
Yeah, this is something I want to talk about with the young players. I think there's a need for them to be able to assess the pitches, knowing exactly what's going to happen, and they'll have experience around them in terms of their coaches. Ask some questions of their coaches. But straight away this morning, I would have started with the leg spinner.
Yes.
From that end.
But then he came in
and took a wicket.
So Pittman has been rather disciplined this morning. Was a little mixed bag yesterday. In fact, I thought his role was to run and bowl the short pitch deliveries. Clearly there had to be instructions, because he has to be a strong man to be really putting down 4 and 5 for over. And it was a ploy also to keep the batters honest. They could not really score freely. He had them sort of on the check, and that may have been, but it's not an easy thing to be firing in those short pitch deliveries on this pitch. Nandu covers up.
Yeah, well, Pittman is a pretty strong young man, tall lad. And I was watching him in his warm-up today, and he was actually telling me he wants to really, come out and do well today. He wants to bowl long and hard, and he has started in that vein.
But one thing you mentioned all match is cricket. First-class cricket is a patience game.
Yeah, you'll have to be patient.
So you can bowl well, you may not get the results or the return that the returns may not reflect how well you bowl.
Once you bowl well set and you hang around in your right areas,
you will get the results.
Eventually success will come.
And
maybe not in this game, but
that's right.
Next game, it's all
you can
sometimes it's not a one-day plan, it's a long haul.
Exactly. So you can build on that platform, recognizing I did this. That's about the right, and it boosts. It's a confidence booster. This morning I also saw Alzari Joseph doing his warm-ups, looking good. Didn't get to speak to him this morning, and he's really firing. So if there are those who may be wondering if he is fully fit and doing his workout here, and can tell that he really wants it. Another youngster. Well, Pittman is high in praise for Alzari. Yesterday, Kishav read a wonderful, in fact, 2 articles, one regarding the facility to be built at Coolidge Cricket Grounds, and he also read one on Pittman, and he gave credit to Alzari Joseph, and you can see the bond. And Alzari is a very special youngster. He was one whom I saw from childhood. In fact, the club that I practiced with, he sort of started his trade there, and he was just so respectful. Pittman mentioned about the issue of respect. Van Lang was almost tempted to play at that wide one, did not in the end, but just to complete it, Pittman mentioned about respect in general, and that's what Alzari Joseph was as a youngster. He came around. Most of the other youngsters wanted to kick football, and if Alzari came and he wanted to play cricket, he suffered it. He had the discipline and the courtesy that even when he went to play for the West Indies and he came back, the guys would call and say, Alzari, say he wants to play, and he's playing a win ball game, and he's giving his all,
he
quality of character,
the game set.
Quality of character. And
I watched him in his workout this morning. He's been pretty disciplined, and he's been giving advice to the young academy players, and that's pretty good.
Very
all,
good.
all the bowlers, he's actually mentoring them.
And Kenny Benjamin once reminded me that when and on the 13th game tournament was held here. Tournament, we'll get back to that. Alzari would have been in the mix to play, and then he was 14 then, but realizing the age difference, he agreed to umpire in that little tournament.
Wants to be involved.
And I remember I think he was at the Sandals Academy at the Seville when is it Sandals or they had that little academy stuff. At that time his mother was alive. It's a tough one really to mention, I know, because his mother Sharon, his late mother, we were classmates and we served in softball administration together. And I remember during that stint she came and she said, Seth, I needed to speak to Azari because all the players are saying he's bowling short. So I said, Sharon, the man is just too fast for them. The man is in their face. I would leave the man alone. And now,
so he had that pace thing from a long
yes,
early
so
age.
they're talking about he's bowling short, but I think because of his height and his pace, I believe they could manage him, so that was their comment. I never even said a word to him about that. I just said, leave the guy alone. So when you have that love, that desire, that passion, and I'm proud of him, not only how he presents himself when he speaks in public, how he presents himself on the field, but the fact that he sees it fit to mentor young players, to be with Pittman, to be coming around speaking to Goodrich. I think that's a huge asset to West Indies cricket.
Yes, at one of the sentiments he shared with me this morning, he said if it took him 3 years to get where he's at in international cricket, it should not take the youngsters that are coming around with him the same time. They should be at less time. So I was proud of that. That moment that he shared with me there just now. And that's the sort of thing we don't look to get at.
It speaks of character. Someone who wants others to
teach.
Be as good or even better.
Yeah, he wants to teach. Wants to impart knowledge.
And at a relatively young age, he's not waiting until his days are over. No, but he's doing it there.
You wouldn't want to do that, Seth. You want to share it once you're around, You've got the players right there, so you need to share it at this point, at this moment.
Matara.
Well bowled by Matara.
He doesn't have as many leg spinners around to help him out, but he's doing well with his trade. 3 for 90 he has, 255 for 4. 73 overs have been completed. Van Lang yet to score. And that strong man, he has a well-tempered partner with him in Matthew Nandu, who has gotten to his second first-class 100. Matthew Nandu on 115, and how well he has batted.
Yeah, Nando keeps, ticking around, ball, ones and twos. Really, you'll want to try to keep him quiet, see if you can build some pressure on him. Maybe you can prize him out. And Pittman has the ball to do just that.
Good Yorker length delivery. You've seen two Pittmans. You saw the one bowling these aggressive short pitch deliveries yesterday. Now you're seeing one bowling these full length deliveries and Yorkers.
Yeah,
two different roles.
He will need to be able to master his craft and bowl to the plans of the academy and his captain, whatever his captain wants him to do. So he's showing just that. He's been able to do the job and do the job well for his captain so far.
Not a full pitch. Right up in the block hole, Nando. Nando playing well early on the front foot. Would you be only using one slip?
Yeah, well, Nando is on 100 and odd. So I think what they're trying to do is trying to keep him as quiet as possible. And then you can close on him, set by adding the pressure a little later. Once you get him bogged down a bit, then you can close on him. It's a total different field placement for the young Van Lando. So they're looking to attack him more than Nando.
They have dried up the run scoring option for him.
Yeah, that's what you'll have to do. Try to build pressure and then, work your way in. I think you must give credit to the young young attack for the West Indies Academy. I think they bowled beautiful yesterday. Young Smith, young Goodwich, Pittman had a few spells yesterday. I think they did well to keep, Guyanese batting lineup under check.
Yes, they really bowled well. They fielded well also. That's a good bouncer. Oh, didn't quite get down to Renico Smith, who just waited and took it on the bounce. But the idea was very clear. Nando was trying to control it. Right, he controlled it well enough. But I thought for one, he may have been thinking that he could have.
What I like about it, though, you can see the definite plan and the tactic. He was pretty full to Nando in the top of the over. And then that one that he pulled down short, and the two men were back in place for that shot. But it just didn't get up as high as you'd like it to.
Van Lance looks at the bat. That one hit the bat hard. Over at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, Barbados, they're still pulling back things. Joshua Bishop is on 84, 10 fours and 4 sixes. And Joshua Bishop, the Barbadian left-arm orthodox spinner. And I always say that he's an all-rounder, and he's proving his worth. Coming down and batting at number 9. Van Land flirts with danger. Drives at that. Did he get an edge? The ball falling just in front of Tuckett. Bye signal. So he gets a bye, but he was beaten on that occasion. And Pittman continues with those full-length delivery.
Yeah, he had a tinge of movement back into the batsman there just now. And I think that Van Land would be advised to, just hang around with his senior partner. He's on 100 and odd. Instead of trying to play those, elaborate jives. He's on debut. Set.
That's correct.
And I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we are give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom.
So, the West Indies versus Sri Lanka. Lots of cricket. 3 T20s, 3 ODIs. Sabina Park lights up once again. The West Indies will be here, and you can see it. So let's all get together and revive that spirit of West Indianness, that spirit of supporting the West Indies.
Yes, Seth, we are outside.
We're
West
outside,
Indies versus Sri Lanka.
but we're getting on the inside of the action by the 3rd of June. I was going to say see you there, but I would have to take a flight if I'm going there.
Well, that's an option, Seth. Maybe we can arrange that.
That one rushed him a bit, but Van Land is calm. Works his second rundown. Yes, we don't mind. We're open to those arrangements. In fact, I would say of all the venues, of all the test venues in the Caribbean, the only one I have not been engaged in my lifetime would have been Sabina Park.
Yeah, maybe this is a good time for me to go down to Jamaica, Seth.
Yes,
I've got a good friend.
You played at Sabina?
Yes, I did.
Right.
I think I played a test match there too as well.
You
Played
did.
against Jamaica there. I've got a good friend
first
who's
class
actually
against
inviting me
Jamaica
down to Jamaica, so maybe this is a good time for me to go down to
Well,
Jamaica.
so tell the friend I just booked 2 one time.
Yeah, watch
I'll
some
be
cricket
happy.
as well. Enjoy a bit of Jamaica.
Well, I've been to Jamaica on occasions, but the parks were different parks. But not at Sabina Park. I also had the opportunity on another venue to go to another venue that was the second venue in Trelawney. I'm wondering what has become of that venue, because that was nicely done prior or for the World Cup. So there, you have different parks in Jamaica. But Sabina, whereas I would have landed there, I have never taken in any cricket or participated with any broadcast at Sabina Park. Full toss and driven. Lovely shot. It will chase some of the birds that you're seeing on camera, on your screen. And Matthew Nando will have 3 runs. So the birds are part of the action.
Yeah, they're down on the ground, picking up some seeds or something. Yeah, a lovely sight.
Beautiful. We call them grundove.
No, these are doves, I think, Seth.
You sure?
Yeah.
Or they're turtle doves?
Turtle doves, yeah.
Yes, so we have grundoves, the smaller one, and we have turtle doves. I could tell you,
Yeah,
birds,
they-
you can't escape.
They call them the
Antigua.
mahogany bird in some other islands.
In Trinidad, they have the hummingbird. But somehow I have more hummingbird in my yard than I've seen in my time in Trinidad.
Oh, that's a good shot by Van Land.
It's interesting. Every time I see them, there are certain plants that the hummingbird likes. Those plants that have a little milk in them.
Yeah, well,
And
I
the
guess
hibiscus.
you've got to pick your own onions. Seth. The birds know how to do it.
Well, they're very good at the sweet pepper. I planted pepper or tomato certain parts in the yard, man.
Yeah, well, you've got
They
to
would just
up
take them out.
You've got to up your technology, Seth. You got to use covering
Well,
so that the birds can't get in.
that's another level. Let's see what Pittman does. Will he wake up the birds, or would Nando? Works one. Nando is coming back for the second, and he didn't come for the second. He was attempting to, but this is another feature of his game. He's such an alert opener. He always wants one. He's always looking to push for 2. And when you're batting with him, you have to have that presence of mind. And I like the intensity of his approach. It's not about just scoring boundaries, hitting 4s and 6s.
Yeah, you get that, assessment of him too. He's always looking to push Shandapal when they're opening together, trying to get that single, but sometimes Shandapal is not interested at all.
Yes, and they get at it because he wants a single and Shandapal does not. And you can see a little non-verbal disagreement there. But on this occasion, he has young Van Lang, so he's going to say, youngster, you got to push it hard. Both of them are young, mind you, 20 and 22. But he would say, I am your senior.
Yeah, he's definitely
So
a
run with me.
senior batsman out there.
So it's 264 for 4. And they're still trailing by 221 runs with 6 first innings wickets in hand. 76 overs have been completed in the innings. We have had pretty much a good game here. Weather is good, don't worry. Those clouds are just adding to the enchanted environment that we have here. Matara is back. In fact, he continues. He's in his 24th over. We usually say fast bowling is hard work, but when the spinners toil like Virasamy Promotional and Rakeem Cornwall and now young Matara, and they toil for 20-something overs, you must say spin bowlers also work hard.
They do work hard, said, but not as hard as the fast bowlers.
Not with the vigor,
yeah,
and the energy and the.
Yeah, every run in for the fast ball is at least a 40-yard sprint.
That's
Takes
right.
a lot more from them to get in the end bowl than the spinners. Some spinners are actually walking in.
Yeah. That's right. I'm seeing spinners and I'm wondering why and how. How you just give 2 steps and bowl. Oh, swept away.
Before.
And it is 4. The speedy Nathan Edward could not stop that. It was badly lined by Matara. And Matthew Nando
Was onto it in a flash.
picked it nicely and oh, it went past the fielder at, well, in fact, that's Evelyn, who has the helmet on. He gets the single, but you made the point earlier that you'd love to see him come from around the wicket to the left arm, to the left-handed batter, because he has the rough to play with.
He will definitely
And he
be
has his
landing.
natural, he doesn't even have to try the googly, because with the rough,
Yeah.
he gets
bring
the extra
short leg
movement
into play.
precisely. So that's a thought. Perhaps the captain may just.
Well, he seemingly likes to bowl from over the wicket, definitely, because when he started from this end, that's what he did. I guess he's more comfortable there, set.
Well, that's true. People
Yes.
bowl to their comfort. He ends his over. Figures remain at 3 for 96 from 24 overs. And the score 269 for 4.
Yeah, Pittman will continue. He's gonna continue from this end. Looks like he's gonna have a long, hard day today.
Yes. Well, that's part of it. Keep fresh, keep focused. I think all these 3 right-arm fast bowlers we have seen, I mean, in terms of support class, I think it is Bright and young Nathan Edward. You see when he steps up with his left armers and he steps up his pace. Also looks apart. And also swings the ball quite well. So we have seen them on display. The future is bright. But I would say the now is good. But the future is better. And also we have seen Matara, who has really been impressive. Started a little bit uncertain as to where he wanted to bowl, how, but he settled into a good line. Got 2 wickets yesterday before the close, and then his 3rd this morning. We also saw some bowling from Dindial. That's a wide from Pittman. We also saw De Pisa coming in as well with a few overs. And this morning we had the revelation of the captain. Evelyn also had a 1-ball spell when Pittman had his little situation.
His situation.
So if I'm Evelyn, I'll be saying, skip only 1 ball at least.
Yeah, I think Evelyn was happy to
Yes, to
bowl at 1 ball yesterday.
his little seam up medium pacer.
But he looks like he enjoys feeling under the bat more than anything else.
You have said something. I'm wondering, would you enjoy feeling under the bat? I would not enjoy feeling in that position.
That's you said, but there's some guys who enjoy being there. once you've got good bowlers that's going to bring that position into play, they'll enjoy being there. Something is going to happen every minute, or it looks like it's something is going to happen. You'll want to be there, Seth.
I know, but some players would just not want to be there.
I guess your good friend Gus Logie was happy there when he
Very
had
happy.
four-prong attack.
Man, that was his delight.
Yes, it was.
Gus Logie, a servant of West Indies cricket, also got involved in the coaching aspect of it, not only at the senior men's level, but also the youth level and the women's level. He has spread himself, very quiet character, Gus Logie, and he enjoyed that.
He was the coach when he went down to Sri Lanka, West Indies 18 when I played.
So he has been a man who has passed on his knowledge to generations.
Thick outside edge down to third man. Picked up by Edwards. Single to Matthew Nando.
So I'm giving you a joke. I was playing some cricket in Trinidad, and I told the skipper I wanted a short leg because I saw something. It was a turf pitch, Kishav, not the matting pitch that was in a place, I think, somewhere in Toko Composite School. And the skipper put the oldest man on the team at short leg.
Wow.
And true to form, the delivery had the batter pushing the ball in the air, and the man looked at the ball, didn't take the catch. Driven by Van Lan. I didn't say a word to the skipper after that. Because here was my point, Dave. The length of time that the ball stayed in the air, I could have ran from the follow through to take the catch. But he put the oldest man, a man about 40, I believe. No disrespect to the gentleman. He was a good batter.
Pitman struggling again.
Wow. I hope it's not a bug, Dave. Because, he throws up, man. I think he's suffering from. So it may not have been that he ate too much yesterday. It may be that he needs real medical
Gone again.
assistance. Ooh. That's a bug, Dave. Yesterday he had the presence of mind to get off the field, so no one saw anything on the screen. This time it just came upon him. And wow. So I think he needs some medical assistance. I know the EMS is here.
The physio is onto it.
Yeah, the physio, but this looks more internal, than physical or physiological. And the EMS is here, and I think
he's back on.
He's back on.
Seems like he wants to continue.
Goodrich is looking to pick it up from him, but as though he wants to continue.
Yeah, he wants to continue.
The umpire may be having a discussion with him. Maybe they have already declared that he would have been replaced. Is he pushing it too much? Because my point is that, as I mentioned, he's losing fluid. Maybe he wants to complete the over. But I think my advice to him would be to get off as soon as this over is through and get some medical attention, because this happened yesterday in his spell after lunch. We didn't see it on screen, but we saw him running off, and the report was that was the situation. So there has to be a bug, a virus, something hanging around. I'm not a medical person, but at least with my limited knowledge, I think that is clear. Continues and still has good pace on that.
But I think that's the quickest delivery ball for the morning.
Wow, so perhaps he needed to offload what was inside.
Lighten himself.
Well, Dave, you tell the man to eat a heavy breakfast, and now the man eat a heavy breakfast. That may have been the call.
Have been 6:30, sir.
Maybe that was waking up time.
Yeah.
So you look at the bowling and you see young Matara leading the way with 3 for 95. The other is Javonte De Pisa, who came in as a change bowler as well from the northern end. And those are the wicket takers. The seamers did not take any wicket. Pittman, though, is going off, which is the right thing. But at least he's so committed that he wanted to complete his over. He didn't want to be down with a .1 again, incomplete, or .5 of the over, or 5 deliveries, and he walks off. And they're going to miss him because he really has held things together this morning, along with Matara, in a good opening spell to keep the Guyanese batters honest.
Yeah, well, you'll have Goodrich was just about marking his run to complete for him. I think they still have good, bowlers that could actually come in and support what Pittman has started. You've got young Goodrich, young Smith,
yes,
Edward.
He has the support cast.
Yeah, there is a support cast. So
but my concern is for his health. So I think that has to be a priority. There are certain things that you don't trade: health and safety.
Yeah, health will come first, but as I say, the West Indies Academy, they have got quite a bit of depth and width in their bowling. It's just a matter of being disciplined and keeping these guys on a check. Keeping them honest, as you'd say, making it hard for them to score. And they've been doing that set all morning and all yesterday, I think.
Oh, that one came back. That was
looked like the googly set.
And it really surprised Van Lan. Had there been a direct throw right over the stumps from Paris, he would have been gone. Because Boyne Tuckett had to run away from the stump to take that. And Van Lan was struggling to get into the crease.
Yeah, he was hard pressed just now. But he called for 2 sets, so he should have been well aware of what's coming.
Paris coming on as substitute for Kelvin Pittman.
Pittman is back out again like he's looking to come back out.
Jeez. Man, this man is a tough cookie.
Yeah, that's good to see. He wants to continue.
Agreed, has the right attitude. One of the issues that you look at is hydration, because having lost significant water through that, driving at that, Van Lan is a bit happy. He's excited. He wants to get at it. But Nando would come down and tell him, youngster, that's not the way it goes here. Look at that well-flighted delivery. And he missed it completely.
Well, young Joseph is having a go at him. Van Lan.
Yes, Mbiki is a ever-present guy. His effervescence and his chatter, and he's one of the guys. He would not sledge you, but he would really keep you going. He would chirp at you. And you can see that personality. So, over completed, 274 for 4. And
Pittman is back out. Rearing and ready to go. Let's hope he can settle himself down in terms of his stomach.
Well, and the groundsman has come out, the umpire, ensuring that that spot where the residues from Pittman's expulsion of the body is being covered, and they're doing a good job there. But Pittman is back. He's what a man. What a man. You would like to say players don't like to do hard work. Well, this man is more than up to it.
Yeah, he's up to the task. He still wants to continue.
He's just showing the umpire and the ground member of the ground staff where he was when he expelled the substance from the body, and they are satisfied that it's covered. So he's going to continue. Came off just for the over. And he pulls that around. It will be 4.
Ooh.
Big effort from the big man,
Smith.
Renarco Smith. But it was short, and he was in position early, Nandu. And he pushes on. his personal tally into the 130s. He's 131. Score amounts up to 278. It was on the leg side as well. It was going down leg, so he just helped it around. Pittman is back. Driving. Good save from Dindial. Diving, of course. It was uppish though. The drive was an uppish one, but it
uppish set, but he was in control of it still.
Yes, he was in control and there was no fielder short. So Matthew Nandu has eclipsed his highest first class score. His prior to this innings, his highest was 126.
Ooh.
That's a loose delivery, wide signal by umpire Ogis. So Nandu has now his highest first class score. He's enjoying the proceedings here. Just wiping his brow. He has been batting. He has been there from the beginning. Seen through all 79 overs of the innings. He has seen 4 partners been dismissed, and he's batting now with Van Lang for this 5th wicket partnership. And he drives elegantly for 4. The birds will be happy. They would fly away. That one just goes across the ropes in speed, and what a shot. Matthew Nandu is stepping up the ante.
Yeah, Pittman will have to,
Look at it.
Pull his length back a bit. Brilliant shot by Nandu through the covers of 4.
Partnership of 30 between both. The dominant contributor, Nandu with 22. Pittman, I think you were right. He went short. He was punished for 4. He decided to change his line and his length. Was driven for 4, but that's the name of the game. Better delivery, more pace, pulling back the length a little bit.
Yep.
And you could hear the hard crunch of the bat. And Matthew Nandu middled it well. So he's having a good workout, Nandu, in preparation for next Sunday's final. Just to let the listeners or viewers who are viewing from Antigua Barbuda, or who will be in Antigua Barbuda, that game would be at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Stadium starting on Sunday. It would be good to see spectators coming out. Guyana will be on show. We're yet to know against which team. Nando knows that he will be there, barring any injury or any health issues. And now we have seen this Barbadian pair of Bishop up at Coolidge Cricket Grounds. Joshua Bishop and Jamel Warrican still batting on for their team. 284 for 9 after being at one time 56 for 6. Quite some batting by the number 9, the number 8, the number 7. They did what the top order did not do. Springer, Boucher, and Joshua Bishop. Good delivery, good shot, steering it, and good fielding, good cricket all round. That complete Pittman's 14th over and the 80th over of the innings. The Harpy Eagles, 283 for 4. They can take a new ball if they wish.
I don't think the new ball will be an option at this point set. Matawe is going pretty well.
But you have 2 fast bowlers who have not touched the ball since yesterday.
Yeah, well, you got to bear in mind that who's taking the wickets. And the spinner Matawe is doing just that. So he wouldn't like to have a new ball. He'd like to have this old ball keep going set.
So, as we look at it in this game, 10 of the 14 wickets have gone to the spinners. See, the first 6 in the academy innings were to 2 of the Guyana Happy Eagle spinners. And of the first 4, all to spinners, 3 to Matara and the other 1 to Depiza. So 10 of 14, you're right, to the spinners. And 4 of the 14 between Smith and Lovell for the Harpy Eagles. 2 each. At Coolidge and this Phillip again 4 for 64 from 17. Terence Hines 3 for 49, and the other wicket taken Jaden Seals 2 for 62. So at Coolidge, all the wickets in the innings going to the seamers. Good bit of fielding by Captain Rivaldo Clark, really hurrying Vanland back in his crease. So contrasting situations at both venues. Coolidge Cricket Ground started as the home of T20 cricket. Since transition to the home of CWI, the facility is right there and the offices are just on the eastern side. All part of the former Stanford Empire here in Antigua. Vanland drives. And Otara completes his 26th. And he gets into the 100 column in terms of runs against him. But he has 3 wickets, which is what he would like to smile about.
Yeah, I see him, getting into his work now. He's actually varying a bit more set. I'm seeing the googly coming out a bit more often now.
More confident.
Yeah, he's definitely more confident. And especially against bowling to Van Lan.
So we're seeing a change now. Pittman will take a deserved rest. And Goodrich, I spoke about his build. Almost like that. Glad small build. Doesn't have the, wouldn't be as big above the shoulder area, but at the same time a very strongly built youngster. And Barbados keep producing like there's a factory of players coming through. Oh, beaten, and he was caught with both feet together, sparring at one outside the off stump.
Yeah, good start by young Goodrich. And Nando is talking to himself, trying to keep his composure. You can see him still
walking away, talking to himself.
Yeah, he wants to bat for long set. That's a good intention.
So they're trailing by 200 runs now at 285 for 4. So they need at least 200 to clear the deficit, and then give the West Indies Academy another opportunity to bat. Nandu may have other things on his mind. 14 away from 150. Just gets on top of it. On the toes. Down to square leg, gets a single. We're coming up to the first hour of play, Dave. Players would have a deserved break, but it's sort of overcast. There's cloud cover. I don't like to use the word overcast because it suggests that there's threat of rain. But the high cloud blocking the sun, so it's cool cover for the fielding team and the batters. Vanland drives, authentic shot on the front foot, Vanland, and he just played that through the covers with ease.
Yeah, pick the gap well set.
Yes, showing what he can do. Goodrich knows what he can do. And Becky Joseph knows what he can do. This is what he did. It was wide outside the off stump. Good hands. That's the roller. Umpire O'Geese getting into the act, sharing the space with umpire Bratwith. Our match referee is Joari Edwards, former Antiguan player. Would have played for the Empire Cricket Club in Antigua as well. Many of you listening, if you're at a certain age, you'd remember some of the past Empire players. In fact, there's a guy by the name of Vernon Edwards, and I'm talking about senior. I never saw him bat, but they said he had class. He came about the same time with Viv Richards and the like, and they said he really had class. Did not go through. This one flicked.
4 runs.
Another 4, the second of the over, and Vanland has started to sprint. He was anxious to get out of the blocks at the beginning, but now the runs are flowing, and this 4 puts him up to 14 and pushes the score up to 294 for 4 at the break.
This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we are give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom.
So we're back at the Antigua Recreation Grounds to resume play after the first hour's break here. So you know it's the pre-lunch session still. West Indies Academy being able to take a wicket in this session so far in the first hour. And that's the bowler, the man, Zishon Matara, who had his man, and Van Lan has come in since then, but Matthew Nandu continues to pile on some pressure here. Good to see the men in white. These days, Dave, we have been fed a diet with a lot of T20s, a lot of ODIs. Good feeling. Excellent stuff. That's Parrish, who is on as a substitute. Oh, hope he didn't hurt himself. Or is it DePisa? Well, he's back up. Play continues. Playing again in the air, Van Lan.
Yeah, that's pretty safe, Seth.
I think I would love to see a little bit more pressure. I'm sensing that Van Lan is anxious to continue to score briskly. And I would have thought I would have brought that backward point feeler in a bit closer. Risk it. You have the runs. If you want to take the 4, take it. But he's playing in the air on the offside with the leg spinner going away from him.
There goes the googly set.
He's doing it, bowling it quite regularly. Completes the over. His 27th. 295 for 4. You would have seen those outstanding batting performances. Rivaldo Clark and Amari Goodrich. Matthew Nando still there. Perhaps looking to get 150. All 3 players who would have scored hundreds would have had their best first class knock. For Rivaldo Clark and Goodrich, their maiden first class hundreds. And Matthew Nando, his second, but he has eclipsed his previous best of 126. So both teams are having quite a good showing, a good workout, good batsmanship being displayed.
Yeah, it's been pretty good batting display set by both teams. As you said, 2 guys getting centuries from the West Indies Academy. Nando's gone on to get 100 here for the Guyanese Happy Eagles. And he's still at the crease, so. And as you said, he might have different thoughts. He might want to get to a 150, possibly a double 100.
Good morning.
Preparing himself for the finals coming up.
Nando did not get that through the cover region. Nathan Edward is there. Good morning to all listeners in Guyana. Pointing out Guyana, I remember some of the guys. Donald Duff writes well, I believe. He's still writing. Nine Chan. Sean Devers, if you're listening, we would also like to say good morning to the Harpers. Good morning to the Nagamutus. Good morning to all the former players of the Guyana team. Someone who has been missing for me would have been Sinclair.
Kevin
Sinclair, who has been an all-rounder that I touted would have really been the man, but with the ball and with the capacity with the bat a few years ago to take it away in terms of West Indies cricket. Has immense ability.
Been watching something on social media said there's disciplinary actions. I think
You know,
having some issues in Guyana there with Kevin Sinclair. Hope he can sort himself out and get himself back on the pitch.
well, I like to investigate and get into it.
Talented young cricketer.
Yes, very talented, naturally gifted. I don't know the situation. And I don't know if you observe, I suspended my main social media account from the beginning of the year. I just really want to have a break. Went on a break. I said I would suspend it for 3 months, and it's working well for me. So I'm in the 5th month of not indulging. Yes, you'd catch me on YouTube.
Yeah, well, if you
You'd
want
catch me on X.
you want to be in the nick of things set, you got to
I
be
know,
there.
but you have to know when to process and how to control the interactions. Sometimes it's so many, but
You're not that young.
yes, but time becomes more costly
Ooh.
and more valuable to do critical things. But one hopes that goes well. As West Indians and as people, we all have differences. Intercultural issues, people from different backgrounds, people from different teams. Sometimes misunderstanding spills over. And I think in the interest of cricket, in the interest of our development, we have to go after the best. In fact, after everyone with a passion of compassion. Because oftentimes, these things may spill over. But I think, nevertheless, Guyana has been able to put out a good team. And we believe that they are perhaps the favorite. Given the fact that they came through on top. But this is a good workout for this team. And you can see the academy making use of 9 bowlers. 9 bowlers. The only person whom we have not seen carrying over the arm in the 11, guess who?
Tuckett.
No, well, Tuckett as the wicket-keeper, one would understand. Mbiki Joseph.
Okay.
So I would have to do some research to know if Mbiki Joseph has it in his repertoire too. That if he can transfer that enthusiasm in the field and his belligerence with the bat, if that can be transmitted into some form of bowling.
How many overs has been bowled?
84 overs, and Nathan Edward is the man tasked to pick up the attack.
Is it a new ball?
It's the new ball. The signal has come.
Yeah, it looks so to me.
So, did we miss a trick? Yes, I told you they may be looking at the new ball. They're taking it after 84. Nathan Edward has it. Yes, he is. Yes, does not even want it. Yes, it's a new ball. Didn't see the signal. Third umpire Melissa Laurie may have slipped out to provide umpire Brathwaite with the new ball. She has been around regional cricket for a while, and has also done well also amongst the women's tournament. And Melissa Laurie also does some coaching as well. I'm giving out her secret. She in fact coached my daughter a little cricket a couple of years ago. Matthew Nando working the ball around, and Pittman won't catch it. Welcome to the new ball.
4. Been clipped into the onside by Nando.
And the 300 comes up. So Nando knows how to bring up the landmarks with a wonderful stroke play. Nathan Edwards trained down the leg side, got inside the line and worked it around. Pittman running from fine leg could not. Running around to deep backward of square, and the ball went across the ropes. So Guyana Harpy Eagles moved to 302. 302 for 4. 300 coming from 84.1 overs. Matthew Nando moves to 144. better delivery from Nathan Edward.
Yeah, as you like to say, Seth, there is no space here for no warm-up deliveries.
That's
And
right.
The first one was definitely a warm-up delivery.
I heard Alzari Joseph said that to Kelvin Pittman the other day. You know, in just preparation, he said, there is no warm-up delivery.
Yeah, I'll give you a joke. I'll give you a joke after this ball set.
That was sound advice.
Shot. Cracked away for 4 through the covers.
What a shot, man. This man is really looking in form, in fine touch, and has really mastered the art of off drive and cuts and pulls. And
he's closer to his 150, 2 away from it.
Yes.
So as I said, I was giving you these jokes that I used to captain a guy by the name of Ricky Christopher, your villager from
yes, my good buddy.
Yeah, and he used to open the bowling. We'll get back to it after this delivery.
Oh, that's a good one. That beat him all ends up. Extra pace. Just outside the off stop. That's a good reply.
Some movement as well to set. Ball left him. Yeah, so I was telling you about Ricky. So, he'll be bowling and then he was young, so I was giving him that opportunity to, express himself and do what he wants to do.
The movement on that was good. Continue that discussion.
Yeah, so he'll be up to like 5 and 6 overs and he's telling me he's just getting warm. I say, no problem, keep going. We'll get back to it again after this ball from Nathan Edwards. A bowl. So, I said to him one morning at warm-up, I said to him, make sure you're warm because you only have 1 ball to bowl today. If you don't get it right, I'll take the ball away from you. And years after he came to me, he said to me, that made him a man.
Wow. I was going to say you were a cruel captain, but if that made him a man, you...
No, but I've given him years. I've been working with him for years,
Yes, Ricky Christopher.
Sometimes he'll be 5, 6 overs and say he's just getting warm. I say, okay.
Yeah, what a character.
There's no room for warm-up deliveries.
That is correct. Driven nicely.
4 more.
He gets to the landmark of 150 with another 4.
Looks to the skies.
Yes, acknowledging.
Waves his bat to his teammates. Brilliant knock by Nando.
Matthew Nando, he is really a spark. I saw it, a few years ago at the under-19 level. I saw him at the academy. Saw him in the match against the Windwards, and though he did not go on, you sense that, he has gotten it together technically. And he's a model of confidence. He's 150 coming off, 242 deliveries, 19 fours. He has not struck a 6, but 19 fours and flying strike rate of 63 tells you that this man, who was batted from the start of the innings, wants to continue, and he has support if he wants to continue, because Jonathan Van Lang has been there with him for a while, and he looks as though he himself wants to do something special. So it's got to be a change in bowling from the southern end. Renico Smith started the bowling in the innings from the northern end. He's going to have his first bowl from the southern end, or the Factory Road end, or previously called the War Memorial end. And it is really Matthew Nando at his best. Vanland faces, drives, but Pittman is deep at mid-off. He wouldn't get the intended boundary. 310 for 4. You remember a long time ago, yesterday, in fact not yesterday, but Sunday morning, West Indies Academy won the toss and opted to bat. By the end of day one, they were 423 for 6. Then they were bowled out for 485 yesterday. Good delivery, right on target. But Vanland defending well. And then Guyana Harpy Eagles batted well. Had a partnership of 121 for the first wicket. 127 for the first wicket between Matthew Nandu and Tejnarain Chanderpaul. Chanderpaul got 59. Good Yorker length delivery, well played by Van Lan. Brisk feeling on the part of Mbiki Joseph. Fielded well, rolled over. Looked as though he wanted to have a shy. He did not. And he brings personality to the game. Van Lan is happy to be on 16. He's away from the strike now. So it's all Matthew Nando. So at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, Joshua Bishop is on 99. And the Barbados Pride, they have really stormed back. They are 295 for 9. Closing in on that 333 made by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But here Nandu covers up. Matthew Nandu continues to build on his innings, his overnight 110. He has since added 42 runs. 42 runs in a chanceless innings. Continues to hold the Harpy Eagles innings together. And this is another 4. Just got inside the line and tucked it around the corner forward of square. Matthew Nando keeps pushing on. He has hammered all the bowlers. Smith with the new ball, lining it towards his hips. Just worked it around and worked it around with the pace of the ball, good timing, flick of the wrist. Smooth approach. He just got on his toes and allowed the pace and the timing to work for him. Oh, this time he gets one. A good short one that really bounced and came up quickly. Defended it well though. But this man, Renico Smith, he's not easy. Can get the ball to jump off of good length. That's what he did. But good defensive work on the part of Matthew Nando. He remains on 156. And the score 315 for 4. So the action is going to be in June. We just have a few weeks away. The 3rd, the 6th, the 8th. It is 3 ODIs at the Sabina Park, and then the 11th, 13th, and 14th. 3 T20 matches against Sri Lanka, and it is your Maroon Boys, the West Indies. So we're all looking forward to live action, to be part of that action. Quick single being taken here. So the new ball has been productive so far for the batting team. Not yet for the bowling team. We have just seen a couple of overs from the new ball. And we have seen runs flowing. The West Indies Academy here. They will learn, and they're learning. It's really good to see good talent coming through a system. And one of the things, Dave Joseph, that we'll talk about is that that's a good one from Nathan Edward. He himself stepping up the pace. See the youngsters prepared to work hard on this pitch and bowling good pace.
Yeah, I have to laugh, Seth, because we remember, playing for Antigua and Leewards. You have another villager, a man they call Hungry Vaughan Walsh.
Vaughan Hungry Walsh.
Yeah, you call it hard work without pay.
Wow.
In those days, but these days these guys are being paid.
That's right. Oh, Vaughan Walsh. You spoke about Ricky Christopher.
Fast bowling is hard work.
I'm telling you, Ricky Christopher, as a teenager, at 18, in fact, maybe at 17, at the All Saints Secondary School, 16, 17, was thought to be maybe the quickest that you'd have had. And that's a school, at that time, Anthony Merrick would have come through that school, Pat Moore, Richards, etc., etc. And Ricky
Eldine
Christopher,
Baptist.
Eldine Baptist, Ricky Christopher at that age, if you were able to see the future, only God could have told you that he would not have been, another Michael Holding, another Andy Roberts. He got his opportunity in his training, in preparation for that series against Sri Lanka in Trinidad. He bowled well in the nets. In fact, I happened to have been in Trinidad at that time. We were playing in the West Indies Wind Ball Championship. And I know he was in consideration. And in bowling that little final over, he had an injury. The rest was history.
Yeah, tough luck.
Wow. In fact, he's still a very special character. Vaughan Hungry Walsh, though, what a man. He is shorter than Nathan Edward.
Yeah.
Right?
That was a terror.
Oh, wow.
Guy with a very big heart, Seth.
Oh, good feeling by Pittman. Kelvin Pittman had the presence of mind to go to the left, because that one really raced off the bat of Van Land. And with Vaughan Walsh, it's a pity you don't have the speed gun, or didn't have the speed gun around. Because you can tell me you are the batter, you would have faced all of them, and with that red cherries. But there were thoughts around that perhaps Vaughan Walsh may have been the quickest of the lot.
Yeah, I would tell you, in my era and my tenure of playing cricket, was the quickest bowler I've ever faced.
Yes, Vaughan Hungry Walsh.
Yeah,
that was the thought.
Not an easy customer.
And he's a short guy. In fact, Vaughan Hungry Walsh is the brother of the late Hayden Walsh and the uncle of Hayden Walsh Jr. And they all emerged from a place in Liberty Village they call Green Hill. We remember when he made his debut. In fact, Vaughan would have played in England in league cricket, and then
South
you just
Africa
saw
too.
before that you saw the headlines coming in about this little. They refer to him as a point size fast bowler, just tearing up the leagues, 8 and 9 wickets, and everybody's wondering how this man is not playing for the West Indies. Then he went off to South Africa, and I know he tore into Jack Callis and had him floored. And I know Desmond Haynes would have faced him in South Africa at full pace. Yet he was not in the West Indies team. Came back, got into the Leewards team, came back, bowled his heart out. I remember one game, Barbados versus the Leewards. He had Desmond Haynes' stumps shattered in a flash, with Barbados having a small total to defend against the Leewards, and he really just tore the heart of out of the top order. Vaughan Hungry Walsh, what a man.
Yeah, he's been pretty unfortunate and unlucky not to have gone on to play for the West Indies.
Yes, really.
But I'll tell you, that's a guy with a huge heart.
That's a guy. And just imagine you saw guys like these, and you spoke about he's the fastest you have faced. Before your time, before our time, there was a man by the name of, I don't know his proper name, Gotnani. I saw him running in for Cop Score School against Liberta with Eldine Baptist, McChesney, Simon, Hayden Walsh, and all the others who would have gone on to play. And the minute he touches the ball and it passes the keeper, it went into the boundary. Years ago, I heard Richie Richardson, Sir Richie Richardson now, we'll get back to that.
Shot. Sweet.
Oh, lovely shot.
Sweet
Big attempt
stuff.
from Goodrich, but couldn't stop that. Van Lan is showing his class and his worth.
Yeah, he's no rabbit with the bat, seems like, Seth.
No, he's a big all-rounder in the youth circuit, playing for the West Indies on the 19th. This one, just outside the off stump, and he just reached for it, placed it nicely, timed it nicely. And I heard Richie Richardson. I want to get back to that story quickly. In fact, I was cheering the proceedings of a benefit event at the stadium. Wes Hall, Reverend Wes Hall was there. And I can't remember if I was the one or Zora. Someone asked Richie Richardson who was the fastest bowler he ever faced. And when we were waiting for him to say maybe Tom Snow, Waka Eunice, or so, you know, outside the Caribbean, someone, he said, or even someone in the region, Malcolm Marshall or Sylvester Clark or someone, he said the fastest bowler he has ever faced in his life is a young guy in that youth program by the name of Gotnani. So that I'm using to say that it speaks volume of the quality and the class of fast bowling. And we're speaking just in Antigua, we're speaking just in Liberta, just in St.
You also
Paul's,
had another fast bowler
who
from
never went
Liberta,
forward.
a left armer, Felmin Brown, that's the name?
Oh, yes.
He was real quick.
Felmin Brown. Oh, that's a special one. You're talking about quick. And
that one took
Renika
off.
Smith says he wants you to speak about him because that one reared.
Yeah, that one took off. I'm pretty impressed with Smith, you know. I had a chat with him this morning again once down doing the pitch report. And
Look at it.
I liked his energy yesterday.
Just short of a length and it came back.
That's the beauty of a delivery.
On a pitch
Beauty
like
of a
this.
delivery.
What a young man. Prospect is bright.
He spoke about the pitch being, getting slow and slow, but it doesn't look as if the pitch is getting slow on the third, they said.
No, it's picking up
He's working
pace.
up some pace.
These youngsters are prepared to work. Oh, another one taken.
Ooh.
But no, he didn't find the edge that he can produce a second delivery.
Yeah.
Identical.
Program in the same spot. That's
it
good.
means that he knows his craft and he trusts his judgment. So you were also speaking about Felmin Brown, the left armer. Yes.
Yeah, he was pretty quick.
Brown never had a long run, too long a run, and he just has that quick arm. Felmin Brown migrated like Gotnani to the United States. He resides in the United States. In fact, some time ago we were on commentary speaking about fast bowlers, and I remember when he returned, I got a WhatsApp or Facebook. He said, but you never mentioned me, Seth. That's another good one. That had Van in trouble. This is a revival, a resurrection of this pitch. With the new ball, Smith running up the hill and really putting down some thunderbolts here. What? And over those 3 deliveries.
Yes, it should be made known that although so much runs has been scored on the pitch, you see once the young fast bowlers and the fast bowlers are willing to work. You saw it from Smith, from Guyana, and you've seen the young bowlers from the academy. Once they're willing to bend their backs, they'll get.
The future is bright. The future is bright.
Most certainly, sir. The guys have been running in and putting in the work.
Nathan Edward, wow! I told you he has the zip.
This has been a little bit interesting period. Yes, I've been seeing some balls flying across the nose of the Guyanese batters.
Do they have it for Van Lang? He's taller. He's a better target. Look at this one. Yes, moved out of the way well. We're seeing.
Yeah, well, you'll have to try to unsettle him and get him outset. You've got to do something. You got to make something happen. You can't just sit around and hope that he's going to get out.
And they're all around the under 19 circuit. So bragging rights also come into play. This time he backs him up. Van Laden looks at him. They're having a good time, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, I think they've sought him out. I've been watching them, the way they're going about their business, the Van, and they're seeming to think that he's pretty suspect when the ball comes back into him.
Not only suspect, but they're really Smith and
They've been attacking him in that area. Apart from the short balls, that's where the line of attack has been.
They're well drilled, they're well trained. Some intelligence would have been had. Lovely shot though, Van Lan, responding to a full length delivery. Pull back, big run from Goodrich, just inside the extra cover boundary.
Good throw too, Seth. Good return back to the wicket keeper.
These youngsters are strong, Dave. I told you, I saw Pittman running around the boundary, picking up and throwing right over the stumps. I'm seeing Goodrich, the similar. You're seeing Smith down there, and it is something that I thought may have been lost in the game, where you see the fast bowlers running around the boundaries and throwing the ball in with that level of accuracy, that level of power, the enthusiasm amongst these players, the
it's
discipline.
Back.
It's back. So happy that I'm here.
Ooh.
Oh, another one. This one tonight. What's going on, Dave?
Yeah, good to see young Edwards, being fired up.
Nathan Edwards is joining the party. He took the new ball and he said, "Okay."
Yeah, well, you've got to back your
you
partner
guys say I'm
you've
medium.
got to back
I'm
your
going to
partner
show
up,
you. Yes, man.
It's good to see, though.
Yes. Nando, who has been there for over 88 overs, I was thinking about hooking, and then he said, "No, not this one." Was turned out a bit.
Yeah, that was well directed, Seth.
Down the leg side, though, not a good follow-up as he would have liked. There is something technical with Nathan Edward that I was looking at. Perhaps something, I know you're not a bowler, but still your coach. Look at his position of his hand at the delivery. I think somehow I don't get enough, at the delivery level, from the risk. I'm not quite sure. Maybe something good for a Winston Benjamin, a Kenny Benjamin, a Curtly Ambrose.
Yeah, let's leave it to the bowling coaches.
Yes, to sort out. But it is clear that he will be back up with those changes. So that brings it around. So something to see.
Was he injured early on some point?
Well, that is what I was saying. I can't tell the injury. I would have that discussion with him. We could do some, because the research is not going to tell you about the injury. But when I saw him the first time, as I mentioned 2 years ago,
action was different.
Yeah, it was different.
Yeah,
he was lighting up the Sir Viv Richards cricket grounds. It was T20.
Yeah, that's where you saw him first, but he was bowling pretty quick.
Yes, that's the truth. With T20 cricket, you may go hard on your 4 overs. But I think also with T20 cricket, it causes you to go into the shell of variety rather than pace. But I know that he's capable of that.
But that was when he started. He wouldn't be worried about variety at that point.
That's right. He was just raw.
Shot. Nice.
Well, Hungry Walsh would tell you that it has to be always raw. Whether it was tape ball, wind ball, or hard ball, or sponge ball, Hungry Walsh is flying at you.
One thing about him, Seth, he only knows how to bowl fast.
That's all.
Yeah. He wants to bowl fast.
He's a character. He's a character. So short. And, cricket, in those days, you say they were raw, untrained, uncoached, but there was the instinct that you wanted to do the best. Oh, Van Lan. On the go. Brilliant shot. Another 4. Favors the cover drives. And Smith is not happy with himself, because he must be saying, I had him on the back foot. I had him bobbing and weaving. I had him pulling away in the last over. And now I've served him a freebie.
Yeah, you've got to, bowl consistent. I don't think that was a bad length to Van Lan. But the line was a bit off.
Wide.
Yeah, it gave him that width.
Good length, but not the line. Mm-hmm. Good contest here. Smith has a very smooth run up. Again, we are not the bowling coach, but the non-bowling arm sort of frees itself. I think you'd get some pace out of it, because he has the capacity to increase that pace. Oh, that one was coming back. An in-swinger. Van Lan coming out and not realizing it.
Yeah, that's the line you want to look to bowl.
Very good bowling. Just change of the line, the length okay.
Yeah, the
Just
length is
changing
good,
the
the
line.
line.
And he's thinking, because we are commenting, we are not on the field, but immediately he makes the transition. You see the enthusiasm still amongst.
Well, as I said to you earlier on, they're looking to attack Van Land pretty close to his body. So he would know that.
Ooh, he left it and didn't realize that it was sailing back. What a take by Boyd Tuckett. And he's clapping, and the captain is also supporting at first slip.
Ooh.
He sort of played that with almost a horizontal bat, and it wasn't too far from the off stump. So he would be advised to.
But I think that's what they're really looking to work on, because he doesn't play with a straight bat. His bat is more or less horizontal most of the time. So it gives you a gap between bat and pad set, an opportunity for you to go through there if you can get the ball to nip back.
He's a strong lad, Van Land.
He has some good shots though, Seth.
Yes, definitely. When he goes at it outside the off stump, you give him width. Tries a French cut, a Chinese cut, perhaps a Spanish cut. He was going to play it in the offside, and the ball took the bottom edge, the inner part of that, and went down to the fielder at fine leg, and he gets a single, but one in the dark, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, it's an inside edge, rather thick one. As you say, he's going at the balls with this fairly horizontal bat, so you'll get that either bottom edge or inside edge coming into play most of the time.
So we see now some communication amongst the players. Goodrich coming across to speak to Renico Smith. Fast bowler sharing ideas. Umpire is not ready. Nando is not ready. Smith walks back. He's a thinking bowler. In the days gone by, it was the big West Indian fast bowler, because Andy Roberts is pretty big. Imagine Michael Holden, who stands 6 feet, was considered the smaller of the Joel Garner. He was the big bird. Colin Croft, he was just a little bit behind Garner, down the leg side. Malcolm Marshall came after. He wasn't so big. Sylvester Clark was big. Wayne Daniel was big. You always had that image of the West Indian fast bowler. So when you see these three, particularly I'm speaking about Smith, Goodrich and Pittman, they're all big guys. Then it could be Nathan Edward. He's the tiny guy on the small side, but you could say it's almost a representation of what the guys, in the past was physically, and you're seeing a sense of that enthusiasm amongst these, young fast bowlers. I think it's heartwarming.
Yeah, it's good to see, fast bowling, back on the rise. It's live and well.
But it's not kicking academy in Antigua though, so
we'll definitely have to take a look at it, Seth. We'll have to bring it back.
Yes, Alzari's there, Pittman is coming.
Bowling fast again.
And there were a few around. In fact, the left armer, young Spencer, I thought could have had a peek into the tournament as well. But I think in the absence of that continuous Leeward Islands tournament, that one he misses Van Land. So you have young Javier Spencer, the left armer. You also have, there are few around in the circuit, but the opportunities, but we used to have them in droves. You are calling names of some players who were just in a school team and moved into their parish league or moved into their what we call the local first class season. Some didn't even make it to the national team, because while you had the big guy, the Kirtley Ambrose and the Benjamins coming into the Leewards and the West Indies team, you had another 8 lining up for the national team. You were among them as a batter and as a captain at times. Brilliant delivery from this diminutive left arm bowler. What a delivery. That one beat him all ends up, and now Nando is coming down to have a talk with Van Land.
Yeah, well, Nando was saying to him, let's try to go into lunch without losing another wicket.
Nando has the capacity to bat, and he also has the desire. That one was a good one from Nathan Edward. He said to me yesterday in the interview, in the Player of the Day interview, that his intention is to take every ball, take it ball by ball, and see how long he can bat.
Yeah, well,
that's a good mindset, very clear.
Yeah, challenging himself to see how long he can go. Ooh.
He drives this time, he gets 4, down to backward point. He was not fully in charge. He really played it with a very hard bottom hand, and the ball went between the gully and Pittman at backward point. No ball signal by the umpire. So Nathan Edward having his first no ball. We have seen a few from Renico Smith, particularly when he bowled from the top end. This was Edward. Small gentle yes, went over. Driven, not in command. It was in the air, but in the end it went clearly between that gap between gully and backward point. So Edward.
Yeah, Joseph seemingly have something going on with Mr. Van Land. Keep chatting away, keep trying to get into his head.
Well, that's what you pick up from a distance, the non-verbal of MBK Joseph. He likes to chirp. And that's the kind of player you want to keep things bubbling. You know, you like that on the field, someone who keeps things alive.
Yeah, one may say, you've got to be careful who you sledge or who you talk to while you're out there.
Some players like it.
Yeah, some
that's
players
the motivator.
Situation, yeah. Here comes Mbiki again. Having a chat with Van Land still. I like this sort of, spirit set when you keep chirping. As you say, this one, spark some players, get them to dig in deep and that kind of stuff. Some will actually chicken out and go.
That's right. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one from Nathan Edward. Well negotiated, though, by Van Land. He got under it, but it was pretty close to his body. And we're seeing something special here, Dave. Look at this. He's coming from over the wicket. Punches the ball in. And that one just climbed over his shoulder.
Yeah, we're seeing what I'm detecting here from young Edward. His short ball is pretty deceptive.
Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't look as if he has that pace, but when he bangs it in, it really takes off.
But Dave, as I told you, I know at Coolidge he didn't really run in and trot in, but I said I know he has the pace. It's just a matter, I think, sometimes between limited overs and the first class, a player is trying to find his way, and that is why opportunities like these are important. Van Lang defends. Interesting news from CCC. Barbados dismissed for 296, so falling short by 37 runs on first innings against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But here is this other news. Joshua Bishop not out 99.
Wow.
That must be painful. 99 from 147 balls, 10 fours and 4 sixes. That must be painful.
Yeah, well, tough luck. Not being able to go on to get 100 for Joshua Bishop.
And coming in at number 9.
Yeah.
And almost, in fact, a rescuing act because it keeps the game open. Took it from a real precarious position for the Pride. This time Van Land is on the charge. He gets a freebie outside the off stump. Plays it with a horizontal bat. And it goes into the cover boundary. And Edward just giving one away. He would have had a pretty decent bowl for the morning. It was wide. And he just angled the bat. And this man Van Land, he is making his way to a good score. He moves up to 38. And he is very happy to be among it. The score moves to 339. We apologize that our graphic is a bit behind. But Matthew Nandu, yes, he's UC 158, that is correct. But Jonathan Van Land is on 38. And the score is 339. So the Red Force, they are in the ascendancy. The key to this is how long would they bat in the second innings. They could bat Barbados Pride out of the game, knowing that they have already secured
first innings.
Precisely. Or they can choose to be positive and push for an outright result. But Barbados, on the other hand, will definitely know that they need to bowl them out, and they'll be doing everything possible to bowl them out and have a chase.
You're behind, so you've got to pull all the plugs out now.
Well, I said they would have a chase because the man at the head is Chase, Waston Chase. So if Chase can pull off this, perhaps he would calm some of the debates that are going around about whether he should be the captain or whether they should be looking for another. Here is Smith. Smith is asking, are you looking around or are you looking at me? May say I didn't have the opportunity in this. I may not have the stats, but do I look like somebody who you'd consider? Yes, he looks like somebody who must be on the path. Thoughts that you express regarding Alzari, that it may have taken him time to get there? He wouldn't like to see the youngsters take 3 years. He would like to see them take a shorter time, hence his interest in them. They themselves would have personal interest. Driven by Nando, good stop, diving stop, coming across to his left. Dindial, only a single, it could have been 4 had we not seen that.
Yeah, I get the sense that speaking to Azari this morning, he's pretty passionate about the fast bowling and that aspect of the game in the Caribbean. He wants to make sure it stays alive, and the guys coming forward do well
and
at their craft.
He's pretty correct, because no disrespect. I like Kimar Roach. I admire him for his commitment. He's on the verge of something special. But at this age, the fact that we had to go back, because not that he had retired, they had basically discarded him and didn't want him. And once you had injuries to 2 of the fast bowlers, you had to go back there. Smith and Van Lan. Oh, he beats Mbeke Joseph. He will have another 4. He will be able to reverse the talk to Mbeke. And he said, I beat you for 4. And the score motos on to 344. Van Lan goes into the 40s. And if he can get a 50 on debut.
Yeah, Joseph is pretty disappointed in that fielding display. He didn't really manage to stop that one, but as he said, Van Lan will be saying to him, stop that.
This time he really played it well. I've never met Mbeke Joseph directly, but from afar off you can see that personality, you can see that ever-present. Oh, a good one. Van Lan just let it go by harmlessly. You see that in Mbeke Joseph. You also saw him showing his character in his innings. We thought, we may have said, he got out trying to push too hard. He had just chucked 2 6s, massive 6s. And Promotional was wondering, well, what next?
Yeah, well, he needed to show a bit more patience, I thought.
Agreed.
In his batting.
Got to 60 looking good, and then
he has done all the hard work.
The academy players, though, I would say, in fact, also the players so far for the Happy Eagles, we have seen very good technique. You can see the players have been well oiled. It's a well-oiled machine, good technical training. High levels of fitness is evident with the academy team, also with the Guyana Happy Eagles team. And the other thing, good fielding. And with the academy team, though, you have seen a greater level of motivation. They have stayed with it. Even though the batters are getting on top, you're seeing that energy from not only Mbeke, you're seeing it coming from Boyne Tuckett behind the wicket. You're seeing it from Captain Rivaldo Clark, and in general, the fast bowlers willing to putting the hard work, and the young spinners supporting, particular Mutara, who has gotten 3 wickets so far.
Yeah, well, it's been a pretty good display, as you said, just rightfully said by them, Seth. One thing you must make note of that you missed just now, Seth. The run in between the wickets when they batted.
That's
I was
right.
pretty impressed with that.
That I thought
And the rotation
propelled
of
them
the,
it initially,
and the rotation of the strike.
because they had that, and then the boundary started flowing thereafter.
Yep.
And in the partnership between Rivaldo Clark, that monumental partnership himself, and Amari Goodrich, that partnership of 280, they were still running, they were still rotating the strike. Well, the Pisa comes in. I would call him the lunchtime bowler or the break bowler, because he came in yesterday before tea.
Around the same time.
And
Before the break.
yes, before the break. And now he comes in. We are a few minutes away from lunch. So he's the lunchtime, tea time bowler. But he would not like me to say that, because he would say, I have a wicket, one of the four. He's also one on debut here. First class on the academy. Another Barbadian
Fielded by
player.
Pittman. Pittman saying to Van Land, stay in your crease.
He's also a buzz of energy.
Yeah.
He's
It's
a
nice to
bump.
see. Still going at him.
Well, I am just, he has won me. Not that, yeah, I've always been with him. In my mind, I've seen him coming through for Bethesda locally and through the under-19 ranks. And even in T20, he did answer some
Yeah,
questions. He
still
came in.
Still having a chat with Van Land. Pittman is going after him. It's nice to see Pittman saying, stay in your crease, mate, I'll run you out.
Pittman is a wonderful character, a man who had stomach bug yesterday and today and still stayed with it. Came back to finish his over. This is really, it augurs well for West Indies cricket. De Pisa. Oh, Van Land is asking Evelyn to hop away because he's going to be blazing it through that point position. He stands at silly point. There is the slip. Carlton Boyne-Tuckett is standing up. Oh, driven almost ahead of Nandu. But it went out. Zoom it on for 4.
Yeah, that was
What a
good
shot. Flighted. Took it on the volley. Bottom of the bat, Nandu. Time his duck well. And the ball sped past. Matara didn't have a chance at deep mid-on. Halfway to the long one boundary. Van Land motors up to 47. Goes back and he cracks this one. He gets the 50. What a shot for 4.
On debut, set. 50
On debut. And his colleagues are celebrating. Nandu punches him. They hug mid-pitch and he sends the signal back. He's saying, hey, I have arrived. I have arrived. And I'm showing that I am the man of the moment. And amidst it all, Jonathan Van Land getting his 50 from 51 balls. In fact, no, 73 balls. And we would tell you, he has been scoring well. And he has been flooding the place with shots, particularly through the offside, and he has had 9 fours in his 50. Well,
Yeah,
the
good
pieces-
half century
yes,
by young Van Land on debut.
and the 100 partnership also came up off of that 4. 101 between both. A contribution from Nando, 46, and 51 from Van Land. Here is Nando getting another 4. Big chase by Nathan Edward, cannot catch it up. And whereas the Pisa's over did not bring up lunch, Captain Rivaldo Clark is having his second. This may bring up lunch. His right arm off spinners to the left-hander. Well played. And as we come down to lunch, Dave, what has been your main attraction for the morning?
Yeah, I rather like the spell where 2 young fast bowlers, Edwards and Smith, where
With the second new ball.
the new ball, you know, worked up a bit of pace.
And though they did not get a wicket,
No, they looked.
it was
rather
really
it looked
impressive
threatening
and really
at
threatening
some point. Yeah.
to Van Land in particular, and also to Nando. So they would have had a good spell. Nandu always looking for the single. Pitman is saying you better stay there because I have the ball. They're really enjoying themselves. And we have seen everything in this game. Good batsmanship, good bowling, good fielding, good sportsmanship. We have seen a lot of enthusiasm. And I think they need to keep those spirits high. Nandu is not ready. Rivaldo Clark, a quicker one on the stumps. Pushing it through. Clark has really had a wonderful game. 180. Keeping the wicket after Bowen Tuckett had injury. Then came out this morning to bowl the first ball and the first over of the morning. Didn't bowl, but then he's carrying us to lunch at lunch. Matthew Nandu is on 163. Jonathan Van Land is on 51. The Guyana Harpy Eagles on 350. 8 for 4 in reply to 485 made by the West Indies Academy. We're going to have lunch and you will join us in 35 minutes for the start of play on the third day after lunch here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds.
This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we are give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone. For the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we are give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom.
So welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Grounds. The players are just coming out after lunch. I hope they had a good lunch here. They're coming back out in a position in which the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 358 for 4 on the back of a 163 scored by Matthew Nando. They're trailing by just 127 runs. But it wasn't just Matthew Nando's highest individual score. It is also Jonathan Van Lang scoring a 50 on debut here, his first class debut. So it has been all batting in the pre-lunch session. Only one wicket went down for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And Dave Joseph, who is beside me, it has been pretty much an entertaining first session. A first session in which the batters took control, but we also saw some fiery fast bowling from some young fast bowlers.
Yeah, it's been exciting to watch the young fast bowlers. Haven't taken the new ball, and they've worked up some pace, caused a bit of bother for Nando and Van Lan. You know, it's pretty exciting to see them going in and bowl set.
Yes, and it looks as though we're going to start with spin, because the man who leads the wicket table is warming up to bowl. The new ball was taken after 84 overs. So 10 overs have been bowled with the new ball, or would have been bowled with the new ball, 5 each from the seamers, and now immediately, well, no, it didn't result in the wicket as we thought. It is a tough one for Matara, because he thought he would have had his man, but look at what happened. Inducing Van Lan, and an easy, straightforward one to Dan Dial at slip, and he placed it on the carpet, Dave Joseph. It's a tough one for the young leggy.
Yeah, tough one. First ball after lunch. You know, good start by the leg spinner, but chance being put down.
Yes, man. It should have been immediately after lunch. Zishan Matara should have been saying, I have gotten my fourth. But now a four comes off of him. It is such a tough situation. Seeing a straightforward catch going down and then being worked down to fine leg for four. A tough one for the leggy.
That's cricket set. He'll have to pick himself up and keep going.
Well, it will take some going.
Yeah, he'll have to definitely pick himself up and keep working. It's going to be a tough road, but that's all in the game.
We always say things happen before or after the break. And it was true to form. Something happened, but it didn't. The result didn't come. A drop chance. Dindial. You have been a first slip catcher.
Yeah, that's where I feel most of my career set.
So after lunch, what? Maybe a little overeating or not getting the blood flowing?
No, you've got to be focused. You've got to be focused every ball set. You're being put there to take that catch, and you should be looking to snap everyone up.
Wow. Ooh. Well,
one thing I relish, feeling that slip set. I think that whenever you edge the ball, you should be walking back to the pavilion. And it even gets worse when I don't score runs. It's worse for me in the slips because I don't think nobody should get any when I don't get much.
I like that thought. I like that idea.
Ooh.
Oh, a big chase by the captain. I guess he himself must have had a little lunch overhang. Slipping up for once in the field. The end of an eventful over, but the wicket did not come.
Yeah, drop chance going to begging. We're going to be seeing Goodrich coming from this end, so it's going to be a spin and pace attack after lunch.
It's interesting, Dave. I just had a WhatsApp from one of our viewers who is in the United States. He's a man of the cloth, Carlisle Wildman, and he was asking the question which I never ever ask. He was following our discussion about Vaughan Walsh, and he wanted to know why Vaughan Walsh was called Hungry. I don't know if you know. So he's giving me an assignment. I'm going to have to do some calling when we get off air sometime this evening, because we are only two, so can't even do it in between, to find out from Vaughan himself. Well, I don't even call him Vaughan. I call him Hungry all the time since I was a child. I never knew any other name. You only knew about Vaughan when he was playing cricket and you had to use the official name.
Yeah, that's
in broadcast or in writing. It has been all Hungry.
Yeah, sometimes you even call him Hungry Walsh.
So that is something to be researched.
He has other nicknames, such as Ocho.
Sometimes there's so many things behind names, and some people value it, some people treasure it. In fact, he has been an astonishing guy. The late David Halford loved Hungry. Not going to go into details, but I know he wanted Vaughan Walsh on his West Indies team at one time as chairman of selectors. You may ask, how do I know? I'll keep it silent from there. But I knew that he did express that, having seen him in one of those first-class games and looking at his results. Down the leg side, Goodrich. So I hope someone is watching Goodrich. I hope someone is watching Pittman. I hope someone is watching young Smith, Renico Smith. I hope someone is watching young Nathan Edward, because someone may slip from your grasp. And what is different now? The days gone by when West Indies used to tour. Pardon me, we used to tour. Sometimes they're touring, especially on the tour of England, a 17-man squad, because they would have to play against county teams, and so they may have 8 or 6 fast bowlers and maybe 1 spinner in the lineup. Oh, that's a good short one from Goodrich. Van Land was walking into it and was a bit disconcerted by the bounce. So nowadays it's 2 matches, or so sometimes if you're home you may only need 13 players. If you're touring you may only need 14. And then sometimes the shorter versions may be running concurrently, or maybe just before with another set of players. So the dynamics has changed, but the demands for good fast bowling remains. I think that runs the world of cricket. This time it's down to straight mid-wicket for 4. It stood up. It was short. He just stood his ground on the front foot. Van Land is on the charge.
Yeah, excellent shot by Van Land. That's a shot of a man of class.
And a man of confidence.
Yeah. It was banged in short and Van Land gave it the treatment.
And it was coming into him.
Yep.
Played it with authority. Ooh, this time.
Another 4.
Slashes it down to third man for another 1. Too many 4s in this over.
Well, he's really going after the bowling set, Van Land.
Well, I guess he has been given the go-ahead. He has already gotten 50 before lunch. So having gotten there, he wants to express himself. Chips across, walks across. And then that one was closer to his body, but he had the presence of mind. And he's enjoying the reward. He's enjoying the result. Some shoulders may be drooping for the academy. Oh, this time it's another bouncer, but that's a wide. That one was really short. And the pitch has something, because that one really ballooned over the head of the batter. It would have taken a second Van Land to reach that.
Well, too short to trouble the batsman set.
Yes. So is it frustration setting in? The new ball was well used by Smith and Edward. They really, although a few runs were scored, the second new ball, they really shook up the batters.
So 2 runs there from that delivery. Peter Tardy cricket on behalf of the West Indies Academy. Ball being nudged down to fine leg of the pads, and Tuckett was slow in getting into it, and the batsman took the opportunity of taking 2 runs. So Goodwidge will continue. To Van Land. And this one is being spanked away through the covers again for 4. Brilliant shot by Van Land. Short, outside the off stump, and was given the full treatment. And set, they've been motoring on very quickly here after lunch.
Yes, I guess usually after the break, you know, as a former captain, instructions are given. Everyone gets to the dressing room. So perhaps they have assessed things and they have decided it's time to pick it up. You know, you're in a strong position. It's time to, you know, ensure that the momentum stays. And they're picking up, actually, the momentum, the pace. They have been struck for 3-4 so far in this over. Goodrich, you may be thinking it's so unkind. I scored 123 runs. I have bowled well throughout the game. My previous 7 overs were really pretty good, and now immediately after lunch I've been struck about.
Yeah, he'll have to pick himself up. He's got a job to do. He'll come out and, you know, bowl for his team. They need to try and keep these guys on a check.
The other fast bowlers would have bowled more. Smith 18, Pittman almost 14, 13.5, Edward 15. Goodrich was the one who was used the least of the fast bowlers, I guess, after that long 281 partnership with his captain. Consideration naturally would have been given to keep him under the wraps, so he was the fresher of the fast bowlers coming in on after lunch. So perhaps there may have been a little disappointment on his part, a little disappointment on Smith and Edward, who would have, you know, thought they had Van Lan on the back foot previously. May have thought Van Lan saying, if you believe that they have let me off, he's showing that his power is enough, and he covers Goodrich into the long off boundary for another 4, and Van Lan is moving on quickly. He moves to 69, a flighted delivery, well flighted, and he just played it with a lot of power and timing, and that was a class shot.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot, Seth. Yeah, I like the aggression, Seth. He's not going to be dictated to. Whenever he gets an opportunity to play shots, he's going to do so. So we've seen an adjustment in the field now. Goodrich is being pushed back to long off for Van Lan, facing up to Matara.
They're doing 2 things, which is right, Dave. They're still having the close fielder, at least at short, mid-off position. They still retain the slips, and I think that is good. They have now mixed that with the fielder on the long off boundary and on the square leg boundary. I think that is important, that whereas you're defending, you still want to keep the batter in check. Still want to, if I could say, keep pressure on. You want him to be present and understand that
You're still around.
That's right. And I think good brave end to that over from the man Matara. And we saw Goodrich having to run right across from long off to long on to feel that one. And I think it was clear that he would not come back to bowl, because after that over, he was sent on the other end of the field. He bowled his over from the southern end, and then after that over in which he was struck about by Van Lan, he was then feeling at long off on the other end of the field.
He was normally in that position, Seth. He was going from bowling to mid-off, really.
But when you're bowling, you expect to stay around that area
Yeah,
of the end from which you're bowling.
He had to be pushed back to long off, based on some hitting by Van Nant. You bowler in?
De Pisa once again.
Yeah, Seth, I'm having a look at young Clark, the captain for the West Indies Academy. He's been really marshalling his troops. He's been bringing the changes and, you know, turning his fielders around. He's really been directing things. Nando looks like he still has a big appetite set. It's on 171. Whipped away into the onside. Pittman comes into action off the mid-wicket boundary.
Well, the captain has been in the game from the beginning, watching a couple of wickets going down in his team and then took command with the bat. Marshalling his bowling very well, admirably, and bringing all the bowlers possible into play. And I think we have been commending the changes that he has made, when to bring on which bowler, when not to. You can hardly see an error, you know, that you could point out in his leadership on the field. And I think even though they are not getting the wickets that they would have gotten, they did create a few chances. I think you see him setting his field, taking his time to set the field. You see him, you know, always in the nick of things, even being willing to come in and bowl a couple of overs. It's high commendation for Rivaldo Clark. Ooh! Just to his right as we speak of him. Diving away. Nando came close to being dismissed. And Clark must be saying close, but it's not close enough.
Yes, it was a sharp chance set.
Matara must be saying, oh, not again. Had an opportunity on the resumption. That one went from hand to carpet. This one was just wide. This will be for It beats Pittman. All the speed and the footballing skills. Did not really come into play. His application was good, but the shot was just so fine. Running off that slow. And the timing of it. That it's another 4 from Van Lan.
Yeah, Sensen said that the academy getting a bit, you know, loose here. They have to keep it tight as possible.
Oh, that's another good one. Ouattara. So he had the opportunity of dismissing both of the batters here. Struck over the top for 4. Over the head of Smith. Van Lan on the charge. Moves to 79.
Yeah, he definitely looks like a no-nonsense player, Seth.
He is.
Once you give him that opportunity to score, he's going to get after you. Once the ball has been flighted, he has been shown an indication that he wants to definitely have a go.
We have seen 2 big, strong all-rounders featuring in this game. Amari Goodrich with his 123 for the academy. Now we have seen Van Lan did his bit with the ball. Now with the bat, he's hoping that he could join the ARG Century Club. Over comes to an end. The 400 came up with that classic 4 from Van Lan. We have that on screen. I know the manual scoreboard is having 399. We sometimes may have a little difference, but as we have it, they are flown into the 400 zone. 401 for 4. Van Lan on 79. And we see another American Airlines flight. We're suggesting that there's some thick clouds somewhere
British
around.
Airways,
That's British Airways.
Same time as yesterday.
Same color. Well, you would know. Perhaps you're a British man looking to head to England.
Yeah, I'd love to.
So, we're not at the airport. The guys at Coolidge there. The airport is just to the right of the commentary box. Just at the back. And extends to the right. Here at the recreation grounds, we're about 3 miles away. Matthew Nandu. He is a man of courage and character. So, an interesting situation as far as things are concerned. Let's say we can't conjecture that Trinidad and Tobago Barbados situation, but a matchup between the Trinidad Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, it seemed the most likely. I thought both teams, they played unbeaten in their bilateral series against the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands respectively. Barbados did lose to Jamaica, had a drawn match, and then they did what? They reversed and pulled off a win from behind, really setting up a came from behind, you would say, to take that group. So if the top teams 1 and 2 meet in the final, it would just be a reflection that the ranking may have been justified. When I say the ranking, the final points table ranking would have been justified if Barbados, though, as they did in that final game, could pull off a victory from behind, they would more than justify their place. They could well go in as the favorites, given their propensity to do the unthinkable.
Well, it's all left to be seen, Seth. The battle is still on. Up at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Guyana is set to go. They're already in the finals, so it all hoping and waiting that see whatever happens up at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Down the leg side, and this one will go into the boundary for another 4. That definitely was not the quality of deliveries that you have seen from Matara, but there is always an error, you know, for any bowler, whether leg spinner or spinner. I think he would agree that wasn't the delivery that he expected, even though wicketkeeper had his hand on his head. Van Lang moves to 84. We've seen similarities in the innings. This one, good diving save. That one was heading to the boundary. And we saw that effort. But the similarities between both teams in terms of the innings, it took a massive partnership to bring the academy a top score. Now we are seeing a partnership that has been growing and growing. Eclipsing.
Ooh.
Boo! Back past the bowler.
Yeah, that was struck with power.
In a flash from Van Land. And what we may well see 2 batters getting 100, like in the first innings. Because Matthew Nandu, he is close to the 180 scored by Rivaldo Clark. Van Land driving powerfully. Umpire Bradford timed his stepping away. And he moves to 90. And the score moves to 413. So he's not too far away from 100 on debut. How many players would have done that? Regionally?
Not many.
For sure. Loud appeal. That one going down the leg side. And in fact, the signal comes as leg by from the umpire. The over comes to an end. 4-14 for 4. And Van Land 10 away from 100. Matthew Nandu 6 away from leveling the top score in the game so far. So every now and then there is something to ponder in this game. Captain is coming back. Partnership 161 so far between these two. And Van Land's hitting has taken the Happy Eagles to a current run rate of over 4 in the innings. he has been really batting well. He has faced 107 deliveries. This was 91. Struck 17 fours.
Seth Van Lan is a well-built young man.
Very strong.
He's just over 19.
Yes.
He definitely has that sort of stuff, the power.
So he's 9 away from the landmark. He has not yet struck a 6. Would he be adventurous in attempting that? Dave Joseph says no. I'm reading your mind.
Yeah, you don't need to do that at this point. He needs to take his time and, work his way up to that century mark.
The last batter I saw attempting that didn't get there. Akeem Geese on 95 trying to hit the ball over commentary box, got it just within inches of the boundary and didn't get to the 100. If he's watching the model that Matthew Nandu has set, he would not do that, because Nandu has been playing every ball on its merit, has been a model of concentration and really character. You see, he sets the tone how to build that innings.
He needs not to be in a hurry set. He has all day and even another day to spare tomorrow. Ones will get him there.
Nandu on 175 from 274 deliveries, 22 fours. In contrast, only 1 6 we have seen from the Happy Eagles, and that 6 came from Tej Narain Chandapal. Whereas from the West Indies Academy captain alone, he had 4 6s in his knock. Different approaches. Van Lan a strike away from 100. He's on 94. De Pisa. So he has gotten his 95th run. And has given Matthew Nandu the opportunity. Pisa over comes to an end. 220 for 4.
Yeah, Nando is still just taking the ones and twos. He's basically trying to shepherd his young Van Land up to his 100. Get the sense that he has actually pulled himself back and allowing Van Land to go ahead. Set.
Well, that's important. He remains the mainstay. He would have gotten his 100 since yesterday, coming into this day, and then just allowing the youngster to see himself in and then take center stage with his positive hitting. Well, he's getting closer, inching up now, 94.
Still within a strike away.
That's correct. Will this be the moment? No, it's not. And Becky Joseph is on the boundary. Well, Clark did not deliver. Over ends. 425 for 4. Partnership is really building here. 172 runs. Van Dan contributing 97 to that partnership.
Yeah, he has played pretty well, Seth. I think his ratio of boundaries has been very high.
Pretty much so.
The other batters.
Well, they're having a little chit-chat there after some refreshments came on for Van Lang. Well, De Pisa is the man with the task to stop him from getting the 100. He gets a single, still on with the 100. He's 98 now. 2 runs needed. Do you think Guyana would look to declare after eclipsing the runs? If not, Van Land gets 100, Nandu gets 200, and try to bowl again? Would they want to see what they're, or you think they would bat to the end?
Yeah, I don't think they would want to declare at all. You know, I think again they want to save their bowler set for the upcoming finals. Not sure of the combination they'll want to use, but I think it's been so far 2 hard days, well fielded.
Brilliant fielding on the part of Dan Dindial, yes, diving across,
Brilliant
turning
stuff.
over. Saw him earlier with one at cover, diving to his left. He's showing his ability to be agile. He's an agile young little fielder. So the Pisa now
is 2 away.
Yes, and the Pisa now is pulling
that landmark.
In fact, he has a mid-on and still bringing in a short mid-wicket. Not sure what he's going to bowl. Van Land goes back and he cuts this one, but Dindial stands between him and the 100. Nevertheless, he moves 1 run closer and is only 1 run short. He is on 99. 99 from 116 deliveries. 17 fours. To his credit, oh, brilliant fielding again from Dindial. He is a special fielder.
Yeah, he has good eyes set and good hands.
Over comes to an end. That's Clark's 4th. In fact, I said Clark, but Clark is going up to the top to have a discussion with the Pisa. What may be the discussion here? That's the Pisa's 14th, and Clark is looking to pick up the attack. Would you be bringing back one of your fast bowlers too?
I don't think at this point he should be, you know. He's just got to, he's trying his best to keep him, you know, see if he can unsettle him and probably get him out before he's 100. There are lots of guys who have gotten out at 99 set.
Well, we saw Joshua Bishop didn't get out at 99 at Coolidge, but he was left 99 not out. Jamel Warrican, the one to be dismissed. A good stop by Mbiki Joseph. He wants to ensure that he's not the man who gives that one for the 100. I believe this is the ball. This could well be the moment. Oh, Rivaldo Clark feeling to his own bowling and showing that he could attempt to throw at the wicket. Jonathan Van Land wants to come through for a quick single. 3 players converging on the ball. It's Clark who, from behind, from the bowler's perspective, ran there. And it's good to see Matthew Nanda calling down the youngster, because he really wanted to come for a sharp single.
Yeah, you
wants to get to the triple figure mark. On debut here, Jonathan Van Land. Even the breeze is blowing stronger, perhaps in applause or anticipating this moment. Oh, and this time Evelyn stops it at short mid-on. They're having fun out there.
Yeah, they've managed to keep him bogged down there, 99 for quite some couple of balls.
Captain Rivaldo also running to ensure that 100 does not come
You
off
know,
of his bowling.
said back in the day when I used to play, there'll be a couple of guys in the double-decker stand and we used to call it the party stand.
That's right.
You'll hear the sounds coming, no hurry, no hurry. That kind of talk. So he shouldn't be in any hurry at all. Said he
all
has all
day.
day to score one run, get to that landmark and then take it from there.
That's correct. 51 overs remaining after this in the day's play. And you have all of tomorrow if you want more time.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure his fast bowler Smith will be happy if he stays out there longer.
But it's
Get to put up
Javonte
his
De
legs.
Pisa now to Nando. Nando gets a single out in the deep. Kelvin Pittman deep at point. So Van Lan is the man who is 99. Wants to make the 100. 99 so far from 122 deliveries. 17 fours. The Pisa now, well, in fact, the captain is bringing Pittman closer. So you have the mid-on. It's very straight mid-on. Short mid-wicket with the slip. Mid-off walking in. The Pisa adding to the drama, not delivering.
Yeah, piling some pressure on him, let him wait.
At the end of the day, all will celebrate with him once he gets there. The Pisa to Van Lan. Van Lan goes back. Oh, diving fielder by Matara. He comes through for the single. Oh, direct hit, but he gets it. 100 on debut for Jonathan Van Lan. He looks to the heavens, waves his bat and his cap to his teammates. What a performance from this young man, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, excellent batting by young Van Lan. It's nice to see the youngster coming in on debut and getting 100. And, you know, I've been watching him all morning and he looks not to be in a spot of bother. He's been free to play his shots. I think, don't know if they've gave him the license to play his shots, but he's been doing so. Set all day.
So he gets his 100 from 122 deliveries, 17 fours, and a strike rate of just on the 82. An excellent knock from Jonathan Van Lan. Now it's over to Matthew Nandu. And he capitalizes from a full toss, a rank full toss.
Yeah, I'm sure Van Lan's mom, Mother's Day gift will have came a bit late, but she'll take it as a Mother's Day gift, a century from him and his debut.
Well, his presence here on Sunday when he got his debut would have been enough for her to celebrate, and enough also for all the mothers of the respective players to have celebrated their son's engagement in games in a match of the first class level as they seek to build their cricketing career. Happy Eagles, they're just trailing by 51 now. This is another 4. Workman-like 4. Dave just nudging it down to third man.
Yeah, for once, I'm not sure of the ploy there just now to be bowling without a slip.
And that's when it went
And
to the slip position.
and having a leg slip. I don't know, not sure of that ploy at all. I guess the captain wants him to bowl in within inside leg stump. Just inside, but he has gone outside the off stump.
Over comes to an end. You'd see the man Van Lan. His 100 being posted. 100 off 122 deliveries, 17 fours. So we have just noted that Nandu, Van Lan would have both scored hundreds on debut. That for Guyana, we are delighted that they are batting together. And they have done it. Nandu has gotten the highest score of the game so far. He's 188. Has eclipsed the 180 made by the man who is bowling. The captain of the West Indies Academy, Vivaldo Clark, who scored 180.
Shot.
You would expect that from Van Lan, though there is cover. Someone covering on the straight mid-wicket boundary, Dindial. I believe he's going to pick up, he's going to go into third gear. You saw his celebration. 100 on debut. He looks up and he says, "Thank you, Almighty Father." And then he signals to his teammates with the bat and the cap. Next line mark should be Nandu's double 100. Should be, I don't say will be. Powerfully driven, but there is support on the boundary. Dindial.
Over comes to an end.
The partnership also has been growing well. Nandu on 188, 189 should have been, and the partnership is 188. So interesting. Happy Eagles now trail by 46 runs. And we know the action you're looking forward to in the next few weeks. We'll be at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. That action, West Indies and Sri Lanka battle in 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. Action in galore. June 3rd, 6th, and 8th, the 3 ODIs, and then the 11th, 13th, and 14th, the 3 T20s. It's quite a lot of cricket, but before that will be the final between Guyana Harpy Eagles and, I'm just going to say, and someone else, either the Red Force or the Pride, starting next Sunday at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds. And then the T20, then the ODI and T20 action in Sabina Park between Sri Lanka and the West Indies. And then after that, 2 test matches in Antigua, not here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, but at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds. So lots of action, summer action. Lots of action in June. Quite a busy month.
Nandu 10 away from his another landmark, double 100. Singer down to wide or deep backward square, that's what it is. Nandu is quite happy, set to stick the ones.
Yes. Knocks it down. Good diving, tumbling effort by Evelyn. Over is at an end. 108 overs being completed here. 442 for 4. 189 Nando, 103 Van Lan, 190 Nando. And the partnership is moving well. The partnership moves to 192. Clark taking full responsibility, is bowling another over, has a lot of frontline bowlers, has settled to spin it out. Before him, Javonte de Pisa has bowled 16, and we have seen Matara taking 3 wickets, de Pisa 1. Apart from that, none for the seamers, none for the young fast bowlers, none for the other spinners. Ooh, that one struck Goodrich high on the, in fact, bounced from his knee into his chest, but he's a well-packed young man. Buff, some people would say. So he has the muscles to bear the blow. "41s they're trailing by.
Drinks. First hour after lunch.
This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we are give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we are give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we are give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, Fun zone for the entertainment and everything. Pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing. And I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we I give them boy them and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything. Pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing. And I'm telling you that.
After the break, it's Matara who's going to continue.
Nando is kept on 192 set.
Well, that's the idea. Matara wants to ensure that he keeps things as tight as possible. That is important. It's part of the contest. So, it is West Indies out in Jamaica for the first top of the men's home series tour. The action will go down from June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park. It is the men in maroon, and they will take on Sri Lanka in 3 CG United ODIs and 3 supercharged T20s. So if you're in Jamaica, it's a fully loaded fan zone, and it will be back, and there will be much more for you in Jamaica at Sabina Park. So Dave, if you're not in Jamaica, you would fly into Jamaica, and the tickets will be available. They are coming soon, so visit the windiescricket.com website or the West Indies Cricket on social media, because the action will be at Sabina Park in Kingston.
Yes, that we go back to our live screen here and live commentary here at ARG. As you see, Clark continuing to Nando. Nando is on 192. Driven down to long off. Hustling for two is Nando. No, they won't take it.
Well, he wished he could have gotten two, but that would have been suicidal because the man coming around, Din Dial, he is no fluke in the field. Very quick off the feet and very strong with his returns. Big, burly and strong Jonathan Van Lang sweeps this one nicely just around the corner.
For four.
What a shot. The 450 comes up. They are celebrating many things, these batters. It was on the way. He just helped it around. And they are actually one away from the 200 partnership. Many things to celebrate here at once.
Over comes to an end set, but as I was saying, I'm not sure of the ploy that Clark is employing here, but definitely to bowl outside leg stump without a man down and the backward square boundaries. Not something that I think he would want to do. But Nando will continue. Matar will be bowling to him. He's on 93. As you said, set quite a few things to celebrate. Nando looking to get to that other landmark of a double 100.
Well, he's just 7 runs away.
Yeah, I haven't seen Matara tried any from around the wicket to Nando.
Well, you've been saying
into
that
that rough
for a while.
area, and that should be something of his concern. Spanked away for 4, it looks like. No, he's going to be pulled up by Pittman. Ooh, good footballing skills by Pittman. Down on the boundary.
He has to be careful as a fast bowler running around. I know a few guys would have stepped on the ball, and those situations would have caused injury. But the guy is an athlete, and he believes he has confidence, believe in his timing, because much comes down to the timing of the ball connecting with the booth.
I'll tell you, I've seen Pittman been playing football for Bethesda.
Yes, you know, those youngsters. And this one will be 4.
Yeah.
Nando moves to 199.
Yeah, clips it to mid-wicket. Just leaning forward and clipping it into the gap set for 4. Lovely shot by Nando.
Someone will say meat and drinks. Flighted on the pads, right up. He applied the treatment.
Yeah, he's going to come around the wicket now for the first time set.
He heard you late, Dave. You've been saying that since yesterday.
Never too late, they'll say. I think he'll be quite happy to get the wicket of Nando.
And the 200 for Nando. The big dive does not stop it. He gets his first double 100 in first class cricket, and you can see him celebrating, raising the bat, raising the cap, and his teammates, they are really joining in the celebration here. Matthew Nando, the 22-year-old Guyanese opening batsman, being the 3rd player in this season to have registered a double 100 in first class cricket, and it's a jubilant dressing room.
Yeah, excellent knocked by Nando, a double 100. That's one of great note. That is a good landmark to get to as a batter. You know, I'm sure he'd be quite happy to would have registered that double 100 set.
Yes, more than
Would
happy.
do a lot of good for his confidence leading into this finals coming up on the next weekend coming.
So what he needs to do is to take the same approach, maybe different opponents, but at the same time it's cricket. So the 200 coming in from 313 balls, 25 fours. And well, you're seeing the tower. His game is at his highest. He's at the apex of his career. He just needs to climb higher. Higher, they say the sky's the limit. You may never reach the sky, but you'd reach far enough.
We see some of the young players from the West Indies Academy here congratulating Nando. And that's good to see.
%50 of his runs coming in boundaries. 25 fours, 100 of the 200 in boundaries. So you get a sense of it. You spoke about his ability to rotate the strike. We spoke about his patience. Spoke about his technical competencies. And what a young man.
Shot.
Strong return coming in from Dindial. Rivaldo Clark had to pull away his hand from that, though he's on the boundary. I speak about his arm, very strong throwing arm.
Pittman caught napping just now, not backing up. Nevertheless, it was well backed up by Smith. That throw coming in from the boundary.
So lots of things happening. The 200 partnership, the 200 Fernando, all coming after the 100 from Jonathan Van Lang, who has really, since then, has not been getting much of the strike. Ooh, that one kept a bit low. Matthew Nando was jumping back. Was able to get the bat down on time.
Yeah, Nando not a very tall man, so he didn't have far to go, Seth.
That's right, but he had the presence of mind, which was important. Had that missed, either the stumps or LBW. Better delivery from Clark, testing him. Nando equal to the task. He is just taking in all of it. Taking in his double 100. Taking in the achievement of a double 100 partnership with Van Lang, and taking on the fact that his team has stretched all the bowlers and none would have come up with Matthew Nando's wicket, because Nando was there from the very beginning, all 114 overs. You see the celebration. He has done all the hard work. So the other batters going down. So Chandapal, so Anderson, so his captain Imla, so Ramsamy. And he found a good partner in like mind, Jonathan Van Lang. And the two have taken the team from a position of 253 for 4 up to the current position of 461. 461 for 4. Still attacking, still enforcing, still showing that he has the capacity.
Yeah, that was a flighted ball from Matara. Set.
Yes, the capacity to motor on even after the double.
Yeah, Nando. First time I'm seeing him really advancing down the track, hitting over wide mid wicket for 4.
Second highest score we have seen all season. Amit Jangu did get a double, 203 not out in the first game. Red Force against the Hurricanes. Joshua Da Silva did get 220, and now another beautiful shot. Big work. Oh, commitment like that even after the team has been on the low.
Well fielded by DePisa. Diving
Yes.
effort to save that boundary.
He's favoring his right hand, his non-throwing hand. But what an effort. Commitment of these youngsters. I think they have really looked a professional unit, the West Indies Academy. So at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 71 for 2 after dismissing the Barbados Pride for 296. And just to remind you, the lead would have been a lead of 37 on first innings for the Red Force. The batter out, Evan Lewis, not having a good season at all. LBW to Ruston Chase for 14. In fact, Jed Gooley also not coming up with the goods. Caught Jonathan Drake's off the bowling of Joshua Bishop for 4. So Joshua Bishop following up his 99 with a wicket. The spinner's doing the job so far. So that lead now is 108.
It's been a pretty quiet period here set for these two batters after they've gotten to these landmarks.
Yes, guess they are satisfied with their partnership. They're satisfied with their individual landmarks. The next focus maybe to erase the 485. They're not far away from that, just 14 runs away to get there and 15 to get past that. So they're not in a hurry. Over comes to an end, 471 for 4. Partnership of 218. Nandu 210. Van Lan on the Nelson 111. Motara has really toiled all day. Good feeling by Pittman on the cover boundary, bringing his football skills to the fore once again. Tara has gotten the reward. He got some, in fact, his 2 wickets yesterday, and then got one, in fact, the only wicket to have fallen today. Ram Sammy went in his favor. Had a chance put down off of his bowling. Oh, and he puts down one off of his own bowling. We just said he had one put down off of his bowling, and now did not take the return catch. Van Lan struck it firmly, but it was between his legs. Should have caught it and allowed the ball to spill. Things are not going in his favor. Yes, it did. .473 for 4. 15 more runs to draw level. I make that 12 more runs to draw level. 13 more to go ahead. Look at that. 211. Only 2 batters who did not really feature as expected. Well, Captain Imlak and saw that one. He had the opportunity, did not grasp it, and he would feel the pain, not only the pain from the ball hitting his hand, but the pain, the agony of not taking his return catch. Once again, he has been robbed of his 4th wicket. Clark is seeking to get his first. Rivaldo. Clark on target. Auto defiance from Nandu. He believes he would have missed out on that. Steered the ball to the field at backward point. Get the impression that he thought that he should have gone back and slap it in the vacant extra cover position. The end of the over. So we've seen a little injury. Well, not necessarily an injury, but some help coming for Matthew Nandu. He has really batted for a long time, since before lunch yesterday. So he has batted for an entire day's play when you sum it up. He has batted from the beginning of the innings, having been the one mainly responsible for the score that his team has posted. And one could understand the wear and tear. Ah, boy, guys. Here, Nando would have gotten his attention from the team physio, and Otara continues now from around the wicket. Vanlan continues his hitting, one bounce into the straight mid-wicket boundary. Dave?
Yeah, that's a good shot by Van Lan, but I think bowling from around the wicket, you need to plug that area. Definitely, eliminate that shot from Van Lan, and then you'll have him playing a different shot with the ball coming out of the rough.
So this time it's down the leg side. Tuckett taking the bails off.
In a flash,
Yes.
but
Looking-
Van Lan was still in his ground.
Tuckett looking good, decent with his wicket keeping. Standing up to the spinners. Not always easy for the lengthy moments. But he's a very fit wicket keeper, because yesterday he took some hard knocks. One from the ball and one hitting the ground. And it's good that he came out in spite of that challenge.
think that the academy has been going through the overs pretty quickly too. You're saying we have got another 40 overs remaining for the day.
Yes, and 40 overs are pretty good because we are not yet at tea time. We have another 25 minutes before tea. And the rate at which they're going, it's simply because the spinners have been operating recently. Clark and Motara, they also had the Pisa operating. So if the spinners continue to operate with 25 minutes to tea, and you could get in a possible 7 overs in the last session, yes, the possibility of getting in those overs before 5 may well be there. It all depends on the combination that Captain Rivaldo Clark brings to the fore. Dindial, usually very efficient in the field.
Nandu just walks the single.
Well, he deserves it. The ball played down the ground. He had all the time in the world. And who can argue about that? He's on 212. They're just within a strike of erasing the deficit. They still have 4 wickets in hand. Four runs to get to the 485. Lovely shot. Matthew Nando again, and the scores have been leveled. In fact, they have gone past that because no ball has been signaled by umpire Ogis. So they would benefit 5 runs, 4 from the boundary, which pushes Nando up to 216. And the overstepping, which you're seeing here from Rivaldo Clark, the captain. So they have gone past. They now have a lead of 1 with 6 first innings wickets in hand.
Over comes to an end. Set.
Yes.
Nando retains the strike.
So here's a question for you. I know you're not a selector. So how do you evaluate things? You would say Amir Django scored a double 100 and, you know, could be up for consideration. Yes, it's also against the background that he scored other runs. You would say Josh Da Silva scored 220. You would say he scored the highest score, double 100, and he should be receiving back the gloves, should be in the reckoning for selection. Though this game is not part of the regular competition, it's not competition once, it's a first class game. Matthew Nando scores a double 100.
Well, once it's considered to be a first class game set,
it ought to be viewed in the same light.
It ought to be viewed in the same light.
So therefore, it would only be fair to say that he puts his hand up, his hands up, the same hands that hold the bat, the same hands that celebrated the 100 and the double.
Yeah, well, I think he has batted brilliantly because
Yes.
when they were actually, being pushed on the back foot by the bowlers from the academy, he actually stuck it out and played well and got 100 yesterday and then went on today to get a double.
He's the only opener that has gotten a double 100 all season. The
Yeah, well,
others would have
that
been middle
speaks
order bats.
volume.
So it speaks volumes for the top of the order.
Yeah.
This will be a 4. Just a little tickle. And then Mickey Joseph. He's just trotting along. He may have run out of gas on the pads, and
Yeah, it was too far for him to pull it back. set.
definitely.
Nevertheless, he just strolled along to achieve it.
They're close to 500, Dave.
Yeah, it's 492.
And they're on card to get to 500 before tea.
Yeah, we have seen TNT Red Force getting 500, I think, twice against the Leewards
Yes.
this season.
So it'll be interesting to see what's the decision after tea. If they would keep batting, or would they give the bowlers a little opportunity.
I don't think they'll want to bowl this afternoon if they're going to bowl a toss set. I think they want to bat as long as they possibly can and even into tomorrow. Ooh.
Well,
I think that actually took the edge.
yes.
Let's have a look
Ballooned
at
a
it
little
again.
bit.
Yeah,
It took the edge and took the pad, but this one now sails out of the park. Van Lan, deciding you didn't catch me, you're going to pay. His first 6 of the innings.
yeah,
The
that's
second of the Guyana Harpy Eagle innings.
that's a big shot to the leg spinner set.
It is on the 15th of the match. 498 for 4. They are not just sailing along, but they are flying high, the Eagles. And these two continue their partnership. The question they may be asking, would they be upstaging that partnership between Goodrich and Clark? That's a question they would like to ask, because as we look at it now, this partnership is 245. The Clark and Goodrich partnership was 280. This was Van Lan's response after they could have taken his wicket with a bat pad catch out in the Andy Roberts stand, and players getting a little bit of refreshment. It has been rather hot out there. They're enjoying a lovely day of cricket. We have not lost a single minute due to the weather today. Neither did we lose anything to the weather yesterday. But on Sunday we lost about 7 minutes, and you can't even say we lost that because we had to make up an extra over to complete the entire day. So we have had quite a lot of cricket. So far we have had 232 overs in the game, and I'm sure soon, if they continue up until T, Dave, we would have 1,000 runs. Because we now have 983 runs in the game so far for 14 wickets. There is cover on the boundary. The sweeper, Dindial. Or is it Dipisa? It's Dipisa. No, it's Dindial. Dipisa, it has slip. Also on the boundary, Nathan Edward, but he's at long on. And there is Kelvin Pittman sweeping, and Mbiki Joseph is out at long off. So long on, long off, cover, and mid wicket. An adjustment there, bringing Dindial further to a straighter mid wicket.
Well, Clark has got that cover at mid wicket in the fielder Dindial, as he said. Clipped away.
It's a big run for Goodrich.
He will pull it back.
It's good long strides, because that was racing away, running away towards the deep back of the square boundary. $4.99 on screen. Is it 500? 500. 501. The 500 coming up of 121.3 overs. So for the third time in the games hosted here, we have seen teams passing the 500 mark. One's here, the other at Coolidge, and now we've seen another 500 here for the season. So it shows that the batters are dominating this year's tournament.
Well, we have seen some fine bowling too, Seth.
Yes, we have seen fine bowling, no doubt. We have seen good spells.
Yeah, the TNT bowling attack against Leewards.
Yes.
Phillip and
Seals. We
in
also
combination, and then Hines.
We also saw Pittman at it in the second game, his debut for the Leewards, getting 5-4, getting beyond that. We have also seen Gudakesh Moti taking wickets. But that one, we look at it again, because Van Land is favoring the finger. Perhaps that one popped on his finger, and he's going to get some assistance from the team physio. Guyana, though, you would recognize he's getting that special spray.
The magic spray, as you call it, Seth.
Well, whether it's magic or it's just to cool you down, it was because of this. Ooh, he pitched and it bounced. Yeah. And struck his backhand. The magic spray would just do what? Freezes the area, reduce the shock of the nerve for now. Some may say it does repair work because it cools the area and perhaps allows circulation to flow. Nevertheless, he's back at it, putting on his gloves, looking to continue his innings. He's on 133. Nando again. Another 4. How often you have seen this? This is a signature shot for Matthew Nando. Goes back and punches it on 1 foot.
Yeah, just a try for short, and it's been spanked away through the covers of 4 set.
He's pushing the team along. In fact, he has now registered the highest first class score in the region for the year. 223 goes beyond Josh Da Silva. So he has been mounting and he's been mounting up. And when you thought that, okay, he has had enough, he's getting more. This is what you want from batters. Some batters, they just reach 100 and the next over they're gone. They think they would have achieved a milestone. Comes with habit.
Just depends on how far you want to take it as a batter. You know, I watched my tenure when I was playing set, and I try to impress upon the young players that I coach. You don't just go out and train to get 100. You go out and train to get big hundreds and even double centuries.
Some people
I used to train to get 100 set.
used to
And
train.
I took note of it and realized that that was why I
You were
scored
getting the hundreds, but you were
hundreds,
not getting
going
doubles.
on to the big centuries. Yeah.
Oh, taken finally. Motara gets his man. Good catch by Bowen Tuckett.
On the
Realized
second attempt,
it on the second attempt, but the good thing is that on his first attempt he had it up in the air instead of coming to the ground, because we have seen Van Lang gotten a couple of chances, so they are celebrating this one. A huge partnership comes to an end. A big innings comes to an end. Jonathan Van Lang scoring 133, and this innings started this morning after dismissal of Ransami. He came to the wicket and he joined Matthew Nando. The two have batted well until this. Well flighted. Was looking to play in the offside. Edge found. Bobbling. And then taking it. Carlton Bowen Tuckett.
it was a good catch in the end.
That's what I'm saying.
It really took the edge and flew off.
Yes, his presence of mind to parry it. Van Nan goes. Caught Tuckett off the bowling of Matara for 133 from 165 deliveries, 24s and 16. Dave Joseph, your summation of his innings.
Yeah, I mean, it was a brilliant knock. I particularly like his power set. You know, once he's given that opportunity, the ball is flighted, he's willing to take up the challenge. When he's short, he's going to be back and pulling you hard. I've seen him play some real good shots too over mid-wicket, getting on his front foot to the spinners and, you know, launching them over mid-wicket. That's, you know, signature shot against leg spinners. You know, I thought he played pretty well, especially on debut, and that's a great achievement for a youngster on a debut to come out and get 100. Not only 100, a small 100, it's 133 set.
Yes, and a big
Excellent
partnership
stuff.
between himself and Nando, a partnership of 255. 255 for the fifth wicket. Motara, his story will be told. This one may go to the boundary. Nathan Edward, will he catch it up? He does not. Tries a little bit of football skills, but needs to be careful.
Oh, that's not Nathan.
That's Dindial, is it?
Dindial, yeah, I think.
Yes, Nathan, not as thick, but...
So the new batsman, Locknott, that's it?
Locknott, yes.
Locknott.
Richie Locknott gets off the mark. But the story of Matara has to be told, because he has taken 4 wickets. You'd say, wow, 4 for 176. But he came on, stood up, has done the work, and he has got the reward.
Been rewarded. 4
fact,
wickets.
he has taken the most wickets as an individual bowler in this game so far. 5 wickets going down in the Guyana innings. 4 to Matara. His successful over has been completed. And 1 to the Pisa. In the West Indies Cricket Academy innings, there were 3 wickets each between the 2 spinners. But I keep saying between the 2 spinners, but you had 3 for Locknott and 3 for Veerasamy Permaul. And then 2 among the pacers. So Matara has gotten 4, and it must be celebrated. Good opportunity for the youngster.
Yeah, he still has an opportunity set to get a 5er.
That's right.
So
And
he's
I'm sure
still
the captain will keep him on to ensure
still in the
that he can register that.
I see him favouring his back, though. He's just gotten some treatment from the physio.
Well, he's a young lad. He has been doing well. He can stretch that out. He's a young, strong lad, although he's
I
slim.
would hope.
To stand up and bowl these many overs, you know, it has to have some impact on you. But as fit guys, you get over that. I'm sure you have played through injuries.
Yeah, I always say to my youngsters that I coach, my best innings, my best times on the field have been when I've been injured.
You sound like Gordon Greenwich. I think
I really relish pressure situations set when you're under pressure. When you're injured or slightly injured, you gotta still put up your hand and go.
And here is the truth. Once you start to play cricket, you're never 100% injury free.
Yeah,
there is always a niggle somewhere.
There
is always something somewhere.
Yeah.
Once
but
you
one
get
thing
out
I can say about that set, it pays to be fit.
That's right. You must be fit.
When you're fit and even super fit,
you can get over those hurdles.
Less chances to be injured.
That's right. Locknott is coming back for the second. Goodrich, another one of those young talents, playing hard cricket. You get a sense that he's such a confident player, giving his all in the field.
Seth, we came up under a coach, a very tough guy, Taddy Arundel.
The Ayatollah, that's what we call him.
Yeah.
Everyone knows what the Ayatollah means.
I remember one time we had, if you remember a guy by the name of Hamish Anthony.
Oh, yes, Hamo.
Yeah, we were batting and Hamish, I think he got struck on the glove and he wanted to come off. And Taddy was saying to him, stay out there and bat, play ball, take rubbers. Very tough customer, Taddy Arundel.
That's the Ayatollah.
Edge down to third man by Locknott. Ooh.
Wow.
He managed to pull it up?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks so, yeah.
Pulled it back. He first had a back trap using his boot and then ran into the fence, saving 2. These youngsters, they are giving their all. That was the Pisa. He must be saying he didn't get much with the bat. He wants another chance to bat.
Well, you need to save some if you didn't get any.
That's right. So, the lead continues now. It's now 32. 517 for 5. Nando on 225. If he gets support, perhaps he's looking at 250.
Well, he has all the time in the world set to get it.
Has all the time and the support. Guyana decided to rest Shamar Joseph and also Kimo Paul. So if you're looking at their bowling attack in this game, those 2 definitely would be in. So they would have that opportunity to bowl alongside Niall Smith. This one will go to the boundary. Clark will only go to retrieve
lined badly and was just worked further down leg by Locknort. And he has come in, he has struck a couple of boundaries. Oh, in fact, it wasn't lined as badly as I thought. It was actually on the stumps. But Locknort decides to play not with the turn because it held its own. Was neither leg spin or googly. It was good to see that he's bowling at least one going straight through.
Yeah.
So the three variations plus he changes, loops the ball nicely in his flight. I think he's good material
I think
to work with going
if you
forward.
memory serves me right, he got an LBW this morning. A ball that went straight on.
Yes.
Yeah. So he has that delivery that he bowls that goes straight on.
I would love to see him playing more and more because I think he really has that capacity.
Yeah, well, he's young set, so you'll have a fairly long time seeing him bowl once he stays fit.
That was the googly there. And sometimes we have the tendency to give a youngster one little look in and he gets one game and the judgment is out on that game, and then, you know, he takes what eternity to get back if he gets back, and I think that needs to change when you spot.
Well, with the advent of the academy being introduced, set, these guys are playing cricket all year round basically, so they have got that amount of time to work on their craft. So when they get into the first class setup or the international setup, they're well, you know, ready to go.
The ultimate aim would always be the international setup. Everybody cannot get there, but the players are now getting to lunch.
No, tea, sorry.
To tea. Did I say lunch? Because tea has not yet arrived.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's tea time, set.
It's tea time. 5-2-2 for 5. Matthew Nandu is still on 226. And Richie Locknott is on 12.
This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we are give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes, you don't know, fully loaded, fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom.
This post-T session could be an interesting one, especially after we saw the departure of Jonathan Van Lang, the man who scored 133 on debut. And it's also interesting, it would be, because Matthew Nando is on 226. He has scored the highest score in the regional first class cricket for the year, and still looks as though he has the desire to continue on and on. The question is for you, Dave Joseph, what happens between now and the end of the day?
Yeah, well, as I said, I think the Happy Eagles will want to bat as much as they possibly can. Pretty much in support of them, saving the legs for their bowlers. I watched Naeem, that's the name, Naeem Smith, running in. He looked a bit tired when he bowled in the first innings. As they rightfully did, I think they rested Kimo Paul and Shama Joseph, giving them some time to regroup and come again for the finals. And it's going to be a big game. It's going to be two big teams, whichever way you want to turn it, whether it's going to be Barbados or it's going to be Trinidad versus Guyana. Some teams are big game teams. One thing that Barbados is a big day team set, whichever one. TNT the same. If they win to get into the finals, it's going to be a serious game.
Yes, Barbados, it's a big team. They have the most regional championships, followed by Guyana. So there is a grudge there. And TNT, they have not been in the final. Well, don't want to say the final because we have not always had finals. We have had championships, but they would want to put their hands on that after quite a little while. So it's interesting. Whichever of the two emerge as victors coming up against Guyana, it will be an interesting showing. Somehow I'm just leaning to the Red Force. No particular preference.
Well, they're in front at this moment,
Yes,
having won first innings.
Yes, and not
So
only
you'd have
that,
to give them that little nudge until the game comes to a close.
they're leading now by 137 runs. And they have 7 second innings wickets in hand. Amir Django with Cephas Cooper at the time. Cephas Cooper almost got 100 in the first innings. Fell on 93. So pretty much an interesting battle at Coolidge. And with all the interest sparked about West Indies selection, even this and that game and then the final becomes more interesting. It would be interesting also to know when would the selectors name their team. They have a little more time to name the test team, but very shortly you'd expect the T20 and the ODI teams will be named because of those 3 matches, ODI and then the 3 T20 CG United Insurance games at Sabina Park. Edged. Locknott will say I steered it past first slip, but I would say edged it past the Peninsula for 4. Over comes to an end with that. Dave Joseph, another 4.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a change in the attack after that new over after tea.
Kelvin Pittman.
Pittman will be coming into the attack from the northern end.
He's taking his hat to umpire.
Yeah, we saw the
Gregory
signal of
Brackett.
the batters signaling for their helmets.
That's a good change. See the one missing structure of the olden ARG. That missing structure would have been the double decker or the party stand here at the ARG.
Yeah, let's hope that Mr. Pittman didn't have too much to eat at tea time.
Well, I'm not sure if what caused the upset stomach is too much to eat
Or drink.
or drink. I am not sure if it's either. It could well be a bug. So that is why I'm urging and I'm hoping that consideration is given to get some medical checks. Maybe that has been done, but the courage of the young man has to be celebrated because he came back and he finished his over and he continued and he stayed on the field. It means he has a strong heart.
Yeah, you'll need a strong heart to be a fast bowler set. Most definitely.
So
He will be bowling to a man who's on a double 100, 227. Interesting field placement set.
So to come will be Moti, will be Vic Permore, Niall Smith and Thaddeus Lovell. So if they take a wicket now, they get into the specialist bowlers. They would love to wrap that up. Pittman. Nando batting every ball that he faces with command. Pittman is in his 15th over. Completed 13.5. Because yesterday he had to walk off because of that upset stomach. Today he also had a session of that. Food coming through the mouth. with 5 deliveries completed. It is, I think it's 8 over, and then he came back to finish the over and continued bowling for a bit. Attacks the legs again, but it's 4. Nathan Edward on the long leg boundary, I presume, from the angle. We have where we are sort of unsighted from the actual position of it. But he would have given a, yes, he would have given a massive chase, I believe, but your camera view would show that he could not stop that. So Nando moves on into unknown territories, 231. Better delivery, but well played. They have this song that says, just like a wall, they couldn't out Gavaskar at all. I believe you may say, just like a wall, they can't out Matthew Nandu at all. Hope you're not goat mouthing him.
Yeah, he looks in no trouble at all. He's on 231.
It's a gem of an innings.
Shot.
But he has protection. What makes it even more interesting, he's batting as an opener and he has seen 5 wickets fallen and he's still there. Has never shown a moment in which he wants to overhit the ball. We have not seen a moment of trying to play any careless shot. We have not seen a moment of even trying to, you know, some players go into that mode of T20 and feel you have to improvise and show you can do a reverse sweep or show you can do a deal scoop or try to ramp. He's being conventional.
Shot.
Drives for 4. Oh, lovely fielding on the boundary. That is Paris. And it was square driven by Nandu. And out on that backward point boundary.
Looks to me like he did not pick it up from start set.
But it was really traveling.
Yeah, but he recovered and fielded well.
Very well. That's remarkable. So Nandu only getting a single. This is what I believe Pittman would be happy to bowl to Locknott because he has just come in. Brings the mid-off straighter. He's bringing that mid-wicket fielder around. MBK Joseph. Evelyn is at that straight mid-off position and Pittman is still not happy. He's setting one of the fielders. He's setting MBK Joseph to a more conventional mid-wicket position. On the body. They're coming back for the second. No, Nandu is looking to dart up the track. He has been running for 127 overs and he's still looking to rush back for a single. The fitness of the man, 533 for 5.
Yeah, I think Pittman is not happy about something. Probably a field placement.
He's speaking to the Pisa, so, and he's showing the point where maybe his preference for the
Yeah, I think he's pretty right. With the length that he's bowling, that man that's just forward the screen needs to come more behind.
That's right, and you saw it.
Especially for the Locknott.
Mm-hmm. And oftentimes you have a little disparity between the captain and the bowler. In your days, how was that handled? You as captain?
Yeah, well, I never had much, hiccups in terms of field placement. I love to give the bowlers what they want as starters, and when they're not getting it right,
then you make the adjustment.
I would have had enough time to make that adjustment and make my assessment of what's happening, and to get the fielders in the right place and then have them bowl in the areas that I would like them to bowl.
You sound as though you were following Viv Richards, because I heard a similar comment from Sir Viv on the local show, stating that it's always right to give the bowler what he wants. And
Yeah, well,
then
he's the
thereafter
man.
you make
He's the man with the
those
gun in his
demands.
hand. You got to know what he's going to do. And if he can't get the job done, I think it's time for the captain to take over or take him out of the attack.
Sometimes it could get the bowler upset if they're not getting the support they expect from the captain, especially when the results are not looking upwards. So it's very important that that be well ironed out. At least the expectation be clarified. Because oftentimes I believe the conflicts develop because of lack of clarity on the expectation. At what point do I impose? At one point do you have your freeway? And
I don't think it's a question of imposing and freeway in a set, because you would have made your plans from inside the dressing room coming out. You know the batters, and these days you guys have lots of technology, computer, you have statistician and all that stuff to tell you, you know, where guys score best, where they don't score best. So there's a lot of information around. So you'd know where you want to bowl to them. You know, and if you, as a bowler, you have agreed to that plan in the dressing room, I see no reason why you shouldn't be able to come out and get it done.
but how then do you handle it when the situation on the field changes relative to the plan that you had in the dressing room?
Yeah, well, these guys have got to be professional enough to be able to pull themselves together and be able to go back to the plan. And there's always, if you've got a plan A and it's not working, there's a plan B. You know, and then if that's still not working, I think it's time to take the ball out and let him regroup and come again.
Well said, Captain. So the sound you're hearing may well be the sound of a cruise ship in the St. John's Harbor, or it could be one of those big trailer trucks that move around St. John's on a daily basis, maybe an hourly basis. So Pitman is going to continue. Paris goes off, and he was on because Matara was off. Matara runs down to that position, deep backward point on the boundary. That's a good Yorker from Pitman. Nando was able to get it off his pad. It was on stumps. So you've seen much of that from him. Bowling the Yorker at the start of the over. Trying to build a partnership. 30 so far, rebuilding after the departure of Jonathan Van Land. Ooh, that's a full one. Flicked away for 6. That was a gift. And Richie Locknorth accepted it, just hoisting it over fine leg into the boundary. And he gets his first 6. And the score sails along. And it goes to that 5:45, 5:44. And Pitman sort of getting it wrong.
Yeah, I think he'd want to bowl a better length rather than trying to go for Yorkers every delivery. You've got to hit that length, that hard length set.
comes on the other side of the pitch with the short one that is signaled the wide. So he's going through a little rough patch here. Just a small little patch.
Well, his captain is going up to extra cover, wants to have a word with him now. Yes, switch places with him. Evan?
Well, Evelyn has the pad on for his specialized position at forward short leg or at times backward forward short leg or silly point. The captain is taking that straight mid off. Pardon me.
What we need to see set from Pittman, he needs to bowl some dot balls. Try and get the batsman to score less. Build some pressure on them. And then he can, work away. I think he's not doing that at all. He's striving too hard to try to get a wicket.
A good stop by Rivaldo Clark. Recovers well. Then throwing, but couldn't stop the single. 237 not out for Matthew Nandu. And continues on and on, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, he's just taking his time. Pick the ones and twos, the bad ball's been put away for fours. And he's in great nick set. Not looking at any bother at all day.
Well, the game at Coolidge gets more interesting because Amir Django has departed for 10, LBW to Ruston Chase. So the Red Force, they are 114 for 4. Cephas Cooper is still there. He's on 62nd half century of the game. He's with his captain Josh De Silva, who has just come in. So the lead is now 151 with 6 wickets in hand on second innings. Boyne Tuckett takes the catch. Rivaldo Clark gets Matthew Nando for 237. What an innings from him. Rivaldo Clark will go down as a player who scored 180 runs and also took a wicket and kept wicket.
Yeah, you see all the players from the academy going up to congratulate Nando. He has played pretty well. Even the substitute coming on congratulating him.
Yes.
And that's good to see.
It's an innings.
They've got some good camaraderie going.
That we are delighted.
Very good knock by Nando, though.
We have been delighted to see Boyne Tuckett off the bowling of Rivaldo Clark for 237 and 37, 29 fours in his innings. He faced 361 deliveries and yet went at a very good rate, a rate of 66. And he will be a happy man. He went in yesterday on 110 not out. It means that he added 127 runs, 127 runs for the day. And you would recall, similarly, 127 for the first wicket with Tajireen Chandapal about, in which they really settled things for the Harpy Eagles. And this came towards the hips, parried up.
Yeah, an excellent catch
By Boyan Tuckett, a very smart wicket keeper, because he did something like that previously, realized the speed and the bounce, parried the ball, then took it comfortably. So 6 wickets are down. And the score is 549. They're on the verge of 550.
for 6 wickets.
Gudakesh Moti comes out. Not. Well, with the arrival of Gudakesh Moti, he's not going to prod and poke. He's going to hit the ball if it's there.
Well, as I said to you, my good friend Winston Benjamin told me once, half volleys are half volleys. It doesn't matter who bowls them or what time of the day. Put them away. Looks
Gets
like
off
two
the
here.
mark. Still see the big fella running around. That's Smith, and firing the return in. And it's one of those big carryalls, those big trailer trucks trying to turn that corner. We call it Coronation Road. That's the road between the Antigua Recreation Grounds and Her Majesty Prison, and also the fire station on the eastern side. So that's the noise you're hearing. Dave, at 5:54 for 6. Would you consider a declaration, knowing that Nando has already achieved his landmark, looking at how he got out? Looking at how he got out, he really still wanted to be there. But he has already achieved that landmark. What would have been your approach as a captain?
My approach has to be batting all the way. Yeah, so it's going to be Pittman to continue to Moti, new batsman. Ooh. Well bowled. So the fast bowlers set are still wicketless?
Yes, they're all wicketless, but they
bowled
bowled well.
though. Yeah, they bowled well.
In spurts at times,
Yeah,
naturally they would tire, they would go offline, but for most of it, they were online. In some instances, they were hostile. In other instances, they troubled the batters. Good delivery from Pittman. Had the batsman drawing away and the ball was following him. And he almost fell to the ground. Good pace and good take by Tuckett. Over comes to an end, Dave, but that is an effort delivery.
Yeah, you see the youngsters still pulling things out of the back set. It's showing that they have got, a lot of energy.
Not only energy, a lot of commitment. Pittman would have been completing his 17th.
So you see Smith warming up.
So they're going back to pace.
Well, they'll have to at some point. These guys, they want to have a go at it still set. Still haven't put a wicket in the wicket column, so they'll still want to have a go. Ooh. Locknott looking pretty competent set as a batsman.
Yes, he's a top order bat. In fact, he only got a little bowling in that, well, in fact, I would say he's a balanced all-rounder. Came in against in the Windwards game at a critical time. Broke the partnership, came in ahead of Moti. And you see on this bowling card, one man standing out with 4 wickets. The other 2 spinners, Javante De Pisa 1. Rivaldo Clark, the captain, kept wicket for a good bit on the second day. Also has the other. So all the young fast bowlers, they remain wicketless after 132 overs. A lead now of 77. And Richie Locknott going at a run per ball. Gudakesh Moti. I think we can take the lead from him because how he plays may well be telling you what the approach by Guyana would be. Whether it is one of defiance or do they want to. That one was a quick one down the leg side. Taken on the bubble by Tuckett.
Yeah, Pittman is quite busy. Getting back to his mark quickly. Seems like he have something up his sleeve he wants to get done. Ooh.
Steers it between the third slip and the wicket keeper. The vacant position gets 4, and I always believe with a fast bowler charging in, there needs to be a slip, someone in first slip. And these days we have seen that. So the edge goes between the wicket keeper and the man at third slip. And the captain feels the agony. He's the one at third slip, so he should have really set himself. You know, not sure if that's a
This is the modern day thing, Seth.
I'm not quite sure why or what it's about.
Ooh,
that's a wicked delivery. That's a bouncer that came back at him sharply, I believe. Pittman must have been annoyed at the fact that he didn't have the fielding support for that catch, and he came in with a bouncer. Let's look at it.
I told you from the ball before,
and
he
fired
looks
back.
pretty busy. He looks like he's up to something.
Ooh, he did well, Locknott, to get away from that, to evade that. It's on to something here. Kelvin Pittman. Another one coming into him, not as short, hitting the bat hard, defending well, Locknott.
Yes, as I said, I'm pretty impressed with the West Indies Academy bowling attack, especially the fast bowlers. You know, I saw the Leeward's fast bowlers bowling, they could not even contain the TNT batters. Every ball was a run. And these guys have managed to, you know, keep these Guyanese batsmen under check. And as you say, these are the leading batters.
He gets 4, down to fine leg. With the pace, just worked it over, rolled the wrists. Over on that one. And Locknott is scoring well. There was some movement there because that one started just about middle and off and came back towards leg, but Knocklord got inside of it and really flicked it nicely away for another boundary. He races up to 38 from 34 deliveries because he wants a quick 50 here. Everyone is getting runs, so he may be saying I need some too. Only person who would not have gotten the runs that they expect would have been Captain Tevin Imlak. Also, young Ram Sami did not contribute as expected. But you look at the scorecard, you recognize Nando 237, Van Lang 133, Chandapal 59.
I think Chandapal would be a bit disappointed, sir. Having done all the hard work, got to 50 and didn't go on.
A similar situation we saw in the first innings with Mbeki Joseph. Got to his half century on 60 and then thought he threw it away.
You know, that catch from that Tuckett took to dismiss the double centurion was an excellent catch, Seth.
Yes, we have been seeing good batting, good bowling, good fielding, good wicket keeping in this game. You mentioned earlier that Smith was warming up, but we have not seen his return.
Yeah, I think he'll probably come in after Pittman has finished his stint. But the right thing to do is to make sure you get warm. Not when you have been called upon to try to warm up. And maybe Smith might just be sending a little message to his captain to let him know that he would like to have a bowl. Ooh. Yeah, that's a poor bit of feeling on behalf of Goodrich. To be fair to him, the ball bounced just in front of him, but he
there's
should have
some
had his
little
whole body
patches out
behind
there.
it.
Yeah, there are some little patches out there with, not to give excuse to the fielders, particularly on that side, that sometimes could be a bit rough for the bowlers.
And Goodrich is going to come into the attack.
Thought it would have been Smith.
Yeah, we leave in. I think what happens though, I think Smith knows he takes a bit longer to warm up, so he started this process early on. So it looks to me like if he's going to maybe come after Goodrich from that end while his captain continue to plug away from this end. And Clark has been doing a pretty good job, decent job set.
Yes,
this end, you know,
maneuvering
trying
his
to
team.
keep things tight.
Some movements on that one as well. We saw, I think, the second to last delivery from in the spell from Kelvin Pittman. We did see a deviation, the one that was flicked for 4 by Locknott. And now we're seeing Goodrich, and that one touched down on stumps and then went away. Was taken by Tuckett. He didn't get back onto it, but noticeable inward movement coming from the northern end. Edge dropped. Hung his bat out after the first one that came back into him. This one held its own, and Goodrich cannot be happy. It went to the wicket keeper. I thought he moved a bit late. He went diving with the glove the ball popped out. Perhaps getting some encouragement there from his captain. But perhaps a little movement to the right often could negate. The plunge in the dive, sometimes the hardness of the glove gets it out. Let's see what we're talking about. Nice little thing. He went one-handed. Then it spilled out.
No, he should have been able to just skip across that.
That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, get his footworks going.
Very important, in fact. It is something that I think that the wicket keepers, well, I don't know what their routine or their warm-up method is, but, a little skip to the left, a little skip to the right, keep that going as a practice, as a movement. So you don't have to be always diving in the air, because when you're moving across, sometimes even the place that the ball hits, the harder part of the hand, you don't get that softness of the glove.
Yeah,
so skipping across if it's not too far.
Regulation catch there just now.
Your body should not be in the air at that point. It's too close to you. But young Tuckett still has a learning curve. Will tell you that he didn't expect it to come.
He didn't expect it. You should be expecting to catch every ball set.
That's right. That's the wicket keeper.
Yeah.
But Goodrich really is onto something.
Yeah, it's tough on the part of Goodrich not to have had that wicket.
Because you saw that deviation on the first ball.
Yeah,
that one came in, and even though Goodrich didn't tickle it, it was more that he was beaten down the leg side for a ball that pitched on stumps. And that was movement. Perhaps Tuckett was anticipating it maybe moving that way again. But instead, held its own. Beaten again by Goodrich. Good over from the young man. So Locknott has been dropped on 38. Lead is 89. Have about 24 overs according to the scoreboard remaining. But we're just about 17 minutes before 4. We may have an extended day, maybe to 5:30. That one came back. Pitch wide outside the Osman, but good over from Amari Goodrich.
Yeah, good over to start. It was really on point. I think he's pretty unlucky not to have had that wicket of Locknott. Caught wicket keeper. But he'd have to continue to toil set.
Yes, that's the name of the
As I
game.
said, none of the fast bowlers for the academy has gotten into the wickets column.
They have gotten close, but they have not gotten in.
Easy.
So young Clark continue his big effort here. Down the leg side, a quicker one from him, Dave. Smart bowling from the youngster.
Yeah, well, you remember he got that wicket just now of Nandu around the same area.
That's a good shot by good to catch Moti. Played it late, played it well. Was not a bad delivery.
No, it was pretty close. I think what worked for him, he had that delivery had some pace on it. So it sped away across the outfield down to the third man boundary for 4.
That's the way to end the over.
Yeah, he played it real late too.
Lead of 89, Dave. Steadily climbing upwards, steadily looking as though if by the end of the day they can put on a lead that represents even 200 runs. Perhaps they could try to press the youngsters tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be an easy day tomorrow, whichever way it goes. Ooh.
Oh, had he picked up cleanly? Otara on the move. Could have spelled trouble there.
Yeah, that was a touch risky there, that single. I think they actually misjudged it. But in the end, they got through for an easy single.
So the emergency vehicle. Hearing the siren in the background. Ooh. Flash to that. The ball went just above the top edge. And Locknott has been a bit loose outside the off stump. We saw that one when he was put down by Tuckett off the bowling of Goodrich, and then we've seen him flirting with danger on a couple of occasions. Could have had the edge.
Ooh. Ooh, good stuff.
Yes, we're seeing more and more of that. Good short one, and it really has had Locknott in a lot of trouble. He has not played well to those short deliveries. We saw him on a couple of occasions ducking awkwardly. On one occasion against Pittman, he was actually falling. So with 3 batters remaining, Virasamy Pramal, Thaddeus Lovell and Niall Smith. The academy, they're sensing that if they can just go through this partnership, then they could get in the, well, I can't say the lesser batters, because the last time Virasamy Pramal batted here, he got top score for the Guyana Happy Eagles team. So, but they would really need to get the last 4 wickets, get them out before the day's over. We have, what, 8 minutes before 4 o'clock, and then we have the hour coming. So Virasamy Pramal also offers that batting option as we were purporting. So they will need to get these 2 out if they're really going to reach that target of dismissing the Happy Eagles. It's a lead of 96. So the lead of 100 is on. Over at Coolidge Cricket Ground, Josh De Silva has departed for 14. Waston Chase gets his 3rd wicket. 152 for 5. So it's now a lead of 189 for the Red Force. And if the Barbados Pride can bowl them out before the end of the day, they will be in the driver's seat. So right now it's Cephas Cooper on 79, and he would like that to play in Terence Hines, their ever reliable Terence Hines, and then the bowlers. So this game is still pretty much alive.
Yeah, it's open set. Barbados has no other choice set but to push hard.
They have to go for an all-out win.
Yeah, they have to go for an outright win here. Yeah, it's a big effort by Goodrich, set.
Has been. He really batted well, and now he's giving his all with the bowling.
This young guy Joseph said he's a thorn in the batsman's flesh. He keeps going after them.
Well, that's his approach, and when you realize that's the manner in which he plays his game, And Vicky must always be.
Oops.
Oh, taken by Boyne Tuckett. Oh, I thought that came from the glove. Moti indicating it came off of his side. But you see, Goodrich keep trying and keep plugging away.
Yeah, he's working hard. As I say, he's unfortunate not to have had that wicket. It was dropped by Tuckett by the wicketkeeper. Yeah, the guys been tiling hard. And none of them have managed to get into the wicket column, so they're still trying,
Yes, and
which
they
is
look
good
good.
to see. Yeah.
They are definitely looking good.
Lord.
Well, you see Goodrich is making some adjustment to the field. He's sending Dial around, perhaps looking to attempt a shorter one. But instead, he comes up with an attempted Yorker. You've mentioned about Moti's improvement. Moti's continued improvement. And it is
Yeah,
something.
I like the fact that he has gone away and worked as his game. I enjoy seeing him in the field. As I said, he brings back memory of seeing Keith Atherton in the covers. And he has a very good pair of hands. Picks up the balls cleanly.
Still trying to attack the hip. But that one was a bit wayward and tends the over. 583 for 6. The Guyanese, they have batted 139 overs in the innings to date. And they're just 2 runs away from a lead of 100.
So Clark will continue from this end. Ooh. Is it a job catch?
I'm not quite sure if it came from the wicketkeeper's glove or it came off his tie. It would be interesting to see that. Again, to make a... hammered away.
To the covers of 4.
Locknott is moving towards a half century here. He's saying there's runs to get, and he's getting them. Moves to 46, but the lead now stretches up to 102. They still have 4 wickets to get.
Mm.
Well,
Swept away for 4.
yes, he took that right off the middle stump. And he gets his 50.
That brings up his 50.
He gets his 50. He will be happy. He will be a delighted man. He's joining Chandapol. His maiden first class 50 for Lot North. So that's why he will be happy. Joining Chandapol with a half century. And celebrating along with the batters who got the 100 in Van Lang and the man who got the double 100 in Matthew Nandu.
Yeah, he's batted pretty well. Said he's been roughed up a bit by the fast bowlers, but he managed to hang on.
That's the point about it. Showing his worth.
You've got to weather the storm. And he did that well set and got himself to his maiden half century in first class cricket.
But he's looking like an accomplished batter. He's just playing without any bother at all.
Yeah, I'm sure Moti must be saying, well, I'd like to get my 50 as well. Set.
Well, if he's allowed and if time permits, once he has Locknort with him or
You were talking early on, said Goodrich in stature reminds us of what Milton Small, the way he moves.
yes, and has that very big, strong body. So we were discussing about partnerships yesterday, I believe. And we would have looked at the seventh wicket partnership, and that partnership of 280 between Goodrich and his captain Rivaldo Clark now becomes the record partnership regionally for the seventh wicket. In fact, the previous partnership was 173 for the seventh wicket between Kyle Mayers and Sunil Ambrose for the Windwards against the Leeward Islands in Bastia St. Kitts in 2017. Wrapped on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. And then we had that partnership between between Nandu and Van Lang for the sixth wicket. That, in fact, I would tell you, just eclipsed the partnership for the sixth wicket, which would have been between Amir Django and Terence Hines of Trinidad and Tobago. And that was against the Leeward Islands at Coolidge a few weeks ago. So we have had two partnerships, record partnerships being broken or being established here in this game. Oh, that's a wide, really bouncing that into the pitch. For the fifth cricket partnership, it was one between Devon Thomas and Brandon King for the Leewards against Jamaica in 2016. So we have seen quite a few partnerships tumbling. So more information to the fore. So we have seen these youngsters can boast that they are partnership holders. That is young Amari Goodrich and his captain Rivaldo Clark holding the partnership for the 7th wicket. And their partnership is more than 100 runs, in fact 107 runs, more than the previous best held by Kyle Mayers and Sunil Ambris. The partnership though between Matthew Nando and Jonathan Van Lang of 255 just eclipsed an unbroken partnership between Amir Django and Terence Hines of 253. Also interesting stats as we look at what is happening in terms of the championship. With the falling of that important wicket of Josh Da Silva in this game. Not in this game, but in the game against the Barbados Pride, which is ongoing at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. Trinidad and Tobago Red Steel captain becomes what? The first player to break the 400 mark in terms of runs. So in terms of runs so far in this tournament. So he will be delighted to be there. Behind of him though, Kevin Wickham, who would have a chance to bat again in the second innings. 374 runs. And Amir Django, who also did not add many, just had 10 in the second innings, would go up to 350 runs. So those three would be the top three. Wrapped on the pad, not out, says the umpire, rightly said, rightly adjudged. The other two in the top 5 would have been the Jamaican openers, who they won't play any further part in the game. John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie. Good steady line on the part of the young Rivaldo Clark, the captain of this team. In the bowling department, the man who is batting, Gudakesh Moti, 24 wickets at 12.83. Quite an amazing average. But he goes back. Only gets a single here. Anderson Phillip, the leading fast bowler, 21 wickets at 16.47. Jaden Seals playing a match less, only 3. When in fact, his bowling time is not yet, neither would Anderson Phillip be. 15 wickets at 11.46. So you get a picture of what has been happening and what has happened around the region during this season and what has happened in terms of records. And you would have also had a few batters in this game getting their personal bests. But noteworthy was the fact that Van Lan was able to join Matthew Nando as batters to have the two batters who would have had hundreds on debut. But Matthew Nando went on to be the man who would have scored the runs of his life, batting himself to 237 and showing that he too can score half century. Double hundred, sorry. The man who scored the half century, as we are looking at the break, would have been Richie Locknott, having his maiden first class half century. So at the break, 596 for 6. We'll return after refreshment in a short while.
This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we are give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes. You don't know, fully loaded fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we are give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes. You don't know, fully loaded fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we are give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes. You don't know, fully loaded fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up Top Boss representing, and I'm telling you that June 3rd to the 14th at Sabina Park, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. A 3 T20 we are give them boy them, and you see me? A 3 ODL, you understand? So turn out and support the thing. So you don't know, visit windiescricket.com for more vibes and everything. Join the vibes. You don't know, fully loaded fun zone for the entertainment and everything, pizza, food, anything you need. TJ the Up Top Boss representing. I make me turn up in ya. Boom. This is TJ the Up.
Yeah, well, back here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. First break, the break just after tea, water break. We see the continuation with Smith taking up the attack. As I predicted, he's going to come into the attack after Goodrich. So we have got another 16 overs remaining for the day's play. And it's going to be Moti to take strike. Yeah, Guyana Red Force is on 595. Let's say Locknott is on 50. Moti on 21. Smith to Moti, and he just nudges this one around the corner down to fine leg. Fielded by Edward. A single to Moti. So Smith bowled well in his spells yesterday. That one down the leg side, taken by Tuckett.
I'm going to ask you a trick question. Which of the pacers you think generates the most pace off the pitch?
Well, Pittman seems to be coming off the pitch a bit
Hitting the bat harder?
harder to me, but all three of them have,
Stepped up at their times.
yeah, they've bowled well. Even Nathan Edward has
Yes.
produced
Some
some pace.
quick ones.
And it's, as I said, I'm pretty impressed with them. They've managed to bowl and keep the batters on the check for quite some time.
So let's do this for our listeners in terms of those we have seen this season. So we have identified these four. When I say these four for the academy, we know who are the leaders. So we're going to exempt Joseph Alzari, who did not play in the regional tournament. We are going to exempt Shamar Joseph, who is amongst the leaders in the West Indies team. We are also going to exempt Jaden Seals. So those three, Jaden Seals, Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, let's leave them out of the equation and the discussion. I would then think that the next or the fourth seamer would have been Anderson Phillip, if you were looking there.
Yeah,
Right.
I
Right.
had a look at him, shot, banged away, well fielded by Edward.
Only one run. Good bit of work from the youngster. So we put our hands up and we all will agree on that. So therefore, okay, we would have had four. And then if we're looking, let's say, for another 5, another 6, because you can't just have 4. You can't just have 6, because we had a situation where there were 2 injuries that resulted in the recall of Kimar Roach. So outside of these 4 now, so we have looked at 4 here. We have looked at, let's say, the 4 that would fit the bill.
Well, you've got Goodwidge. I would want to think that Goodwidge he has put up his hands in terms of scoring runs and he's bowled well. So
as an all-rounder.
As an all-rounder. Not an all-rounder,
but as a bowler as well.
Bowl with genuine pace, it
That's
seems
right.
like too, so.
Genuine pace, and also understands how to move the ball in at times, gets it to hold its own. So Goodrich, Smith, Pittman, Edwards. So let's move these 4. So 4 and 4, we're in batches of 4. Let's look at the other 4. Who are the other 4 fast bowlers in the region or in those games that we have seen that we would look at?
Well, remember, you haven't seen much. You've only seen the TNT. I've only seen the TNT Pacers, really.
Okay, so you haven't seen the Windward Islands. You haven't seen.
Yeah, well, I've seen the Windward.
The Harpy Eagles.
Well,
so
the Harpy Eagles.
Outside of Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, you're trying to come up with another 4.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up between the Harpy Eagles, because outside of, in terms of the Red Force, it's Phillip and Jaden Seal. So I think that, Terrence Hines is, say, medium fast. I'm not saying that he would not make it in the team because he's a very solid all-rounder. But I'm just looking if we were to try to build a block of 12 pace bowlers.
Pace, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pace
I think Naeem Smith will get a little nod.
Naeem Smith would get a nudge in. Okay,
yeah,
that's
I
understood.
particularly like how he bowled against Windwards, the game that I watched him.
So he would have some work to do as well. Swings the ball very well.
And Pittman, he bowls at a very good striking rate. The last time we played for Leewards, he was striking pretty high. I think he got how many wickets? 6?
6, yes.
6 in that game.
And so we have 4 from this game. We have 4 that we can say would be around West Indies circles. If we're looking at another 4, can we say we have 12 in the Caribbean? Well, Isaiah Thorne did not play, so I don't want to just jump out and call a name that did not play. O'Shane Thomas, what did you make of him this season?
No, I'm not too happy about his performances. I think his fitness level is too low. That's my opinion.
Needs to improve on that.
Yeah. You can't, just you have teams on the rope and let them go because you're not fit enough to go.
So he needs to work on his fitness. But this shot, Gudakesh Moti has worked on this shot. And the 5, the 6 100 comes up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Good Keshmoti with that. Cut shot through the covers for 4. Brings up the 600. The score moves to 603. 603 for 6. And that is really for number 132 in the game. Tells you it's a high boundary. It's a boundary-studded game. Good delivery. What a reply.
Well, what I can say is that most of the balls that have been pitched straight, they have become quite a number of dot balls from that line. But once they've been off the wicket, they've been smashed around. So
that's right. So bowling wicket and wicket helps.
Yeah, it's a better thing on this track.
So Moti's on 26. The bowling, see a lot of noughts in terms of wickets. Those are the fast bowlers, mainly along with Manuel Evelyn, who had just one ball. And we also saw a few others. De Pisa, he got a wicket. But the highlight of today, you can also speak about that. There was already an established situation where Nando had already gotten his 100. Last night he went in on 110. Lovely shot. Lock North. It gets a 4. Moves on to 56. So Nando would have already gotten his 100. Would you say the highlight of the day? Yes, we spoke about the fast bowling, what we like to see. We didn't get the results from them, but we were impressed. But what about the knock from Jonathan Van Lang?
Yeah, that was a brilliant knock from a debutant. You know what? I still think that Nando was the
pick of the day again
for me.
Yes.
You know, he really kept his composure. He actually played, second fiddle to Van Lan sometimes, but he was just there controlling things for Guyana Harpy Eagles. And with him at the crease, I think that the West Indies Academy will know that they've, as you said, they've got a wall in front of them.
Yes.
So just like a wall, they couldn't get
Gavaskar at all. Just like a wall, they couldn't get Nando at all until one popped down the leg side. So Richie Locknott must be saying that, can Moti stay with me? We have 15 overs remaining after this in the day's play. Down the leg side. And Nico Smith has also been impressive, as Dave Joseph has been saying.
Yeah, rather like his energy when he's come on to bowl set, he's giving it 110%. Every time I see him given the ball, he is really running and bowl. And that's what you want from a fast bowler. As you said, sometimes the wickets column doesn't really reflect what's happening out on the field. But it's important to see guys giving that level of, commitment. That's that type of dedication to their job.
Speaking of it, he's in his 20th over. It seemed as though he was a bit deceived by that delivery because he jumped across and then didn't have as much pace as he expected and played it hurriedly.
Yeah, I think
in the end.
it's actually slower than he thought.
So just to remind fans that it will be a lot of summer of cricket. A lot of cricket in the summer. Remember the Maroons, the guys in the Maroon, will be coming up against Sri Lanka early in June, starting with 3 ODIs, CG United sponsored games, and then 3 T20s, all at Sabina Park in Kingston, and the cricket zone will be returned, and quite a bit of features for the spectators. So if you're in Jamaica, your tickets will be available soon. So just look on in fact, the CWI website, windiescricket.com, or you can look at Windies Cricket as your social media handle. You'll be able to get the information. And if you're not in Jamaica and you just want to spend a couple of weeks to absorb those matches, just book your flights or sail along or do whatever is necessary to get there, because it's back at the Great Sabina Park. Good shot from Gudakech Moti, but it's pulled back inside the boundary. I thought for one, Dave, that was going for 4.
No, he realized he didn't have the legs from the start. As I said, pace on the ball is going to make a difference when you're playing that shot. And it wasn't that quick. Here we go again. Been edged down to third man, another 2 comfortably.
He went wide on that occasion. Otis still got bat on that one. Matara has really toiled. He's in his 41st over. 490. Do you think he needs some rest?
No, this is good practice for him, Seth.
But you said earlier he looked as though he was struggling with a little.
Yeah, but he was out of the field for a few overs, so
he got that fixed. The physio did the work.
Got some massage and some ice and that kind of stuff, and he's good to go again.
Oh, that was short. Oh. Blaze pass Mbeki Joseph. He put down his hand and then he pulled it away. That was fire?
It was a ball. Should have been stopped.
Well, Matara was not impressed.
Should not be at all, Seth. Wasn't a good sight. But Matara will need this kind of run set going into Sri Lanka. Pitches down there will be favoring him, so he has got to make up his mind to go and put up his hand on board whenever he gets this opportunity. You know, the subcontinent pitches, most of them, you know, do spin a lot. So he should be having a field there, a ball down there when he gets there. As he said, this match for them is in preparation in going to that
Sri Lanka
that tour. So also it's important, guys, for the young fast bowlers set to stay in tune.
Yes.
I remember Cameron Coffey made his debut while we were in that part of the world. He was called over to Australia.
While being in Sri Lanka.
Somebody got injured over there. He had to go over to Australia. That's where he made his debut. So, not only for the spinners, the fast bowlers have got to stay in tune too.
That's right.
So
You never know when opportunity
anything
beckons.
happens, you're ready to go. Once you've been called.
Showing football skills. Young Smitty just flicked it from boot to hand. Out of the great Michael Holding, who used to do that regularly to the delight of the crowd here and all the parts of the world. Not bending but flicking it, and that became almost a trademark move for Michael Holding. Paris is back on the field, standing at slip. Is it the captain who is off?
Yeah, Clark is off.
Whipped it away, but Pittman is there. And only a single.
So no ball as well.
Wow, Smith struggles with that. He did at this time yesterday, coming off of that slope. And when he bowled from this end, the southern end, he also had a few no balls. 132 in the lead, Dave. With 13 overs after this, that could well stretch. Oh, that one went through Matara. He was able to recover though. Moti could well be eyeing a 50 before the close.
Close of play. Yeah.
He's on 36. Richie Locknort has already gotten his maiden first class 50 in this game. So many bests in this game. Goodrich getting his best. Rivaldo Clark getting his best. Matthew Nanda getting his best. Jonathan Van Lang getting his debut 100 maiden. Debut first class 100. And we spoke about the two record partnerships. Partnership for the 7th wicket between Goodrich and Clark. 280 for the 7th wicket has become the highest in regional first class cricket. And the 255 by Van Lang and Nandu, the record for the 6th wicket. No ball again.
No ball.
So the coach has some work to do with Smith in terms of the no balls. He has been a bright spark, mind you. It's really refreshing to see this level of bowling from these youngsters. He's in his 21st over of the innings. And we would have seen Goodrich, we would have seen Pittman, we would have seen Edward. This time Booty gets an easy single. But 2 no balls in this over, I think it's too many. We saw that, notice that problem more markedly with O'Shane Thomas. Look at that. Only Imlak missing out from double figures. Ram Sammy only 14. Cleveland Anderson 31. Everyone else 100, double 100, 50s. Moti potentially could see a 50 because he's still at the wicket. The end of Reniko Smith's 21st over. None for 80. Figures would not describe how well he has bowled on this track. This one goes down to third man for 4. Another 4 for Gudakesh Moti. Moves into the 40s now. Din Dial, the off spinner. He's coming in for his second over of the match, since having one yesterday, and immediately Moti capitalizing on that delivery, turning away from him. Better delivery on target on the stumps. So Dave, we're seeing good counter by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They have been having a good partnership between Terence Hines again with Cephas Cooper. Cephas Cooper is on 90. Remember, he got 93 in the first innings. Moti driving a bit in the air. Cephas Cooper is on 90. Terence Hines is on 16. They have been batting well. The score 177 for 5. 181 for 5 now. Din Dial over the wicket to the right-hander. Over comes to an end. His second, 627 for 6. And the all tells you that 4 wickets to 1 man. Zishan Matara. 1 for Clark, 1 for De Pisa.
Yeah, young Edwards going to come into the attack. Looks like set.
Yes, Nathan Edward. And that was after Smith tried it in and really tried hard. Had a little challenge in the previous over, bowling 2 no balls in that over. Clark is back out and Paris is back in the dressing room. So the captain has made a change.
So Edwards is from around the wicket set. So
Yes.
he's looking to cramp Black Knot for space.
He'll be hoping to get a wicket as well.
Well, he'll have to start by, creating some pressure for him. So Moti's inching up to his half century. Set.
Yes.
He's 42.
You'll be happy to have a score like that. He wants a half century. He wants to join Chandapol and look not. Not sure if his ambition goes beyond that. Still trying to be hostile here. Young Edward, one above the shoulder. That's what the umpire says. So young Edward is charging in. He's in his 16th over.
Well, it's important for him to keep, running in set. And that delivery will keep Moti thinking and guessing and being honest. Can't just stride out on his front foot as he pleases. Ooh. Edge.
Yes. Moti gets closer to the half, Dave. Moves to 46.
Yeah, it's within a strike away from a 50.
Well, they got three. Really good running between the wicket. Locknott and Moti.
Yeah, we went all the way out to the deep mid wicket. had more than enough time to complete 3 set.
The other day, somebody was asking how many times at Coolidge you saw guys were running 3s. And you have seen quite a bit of it here.
I'm not sure if the boundary size at Coolidge,
May have been the difference.
yeah, would allow you for 3 on, you know, many occasions.
Yeah, unless it's on the northeastern side or the northwestern side, that is.
Yeah,
Or even the northeastern
the
side.
boundaries seemingly a little bit
Yes,
shorter.
the other boundaries are short, the square boundaries. And the straight boundary, particularly on the southern side. The lead of 150 has been up. It's a lead of 151 now. 9 overs remaining. We are 12 minutes away from 5 o'clock.
Moti inches closer. He's on to 48 now. 2 runs away from that landmark, half century. The end of the over, so Moti will have the strike. Let's see if he gets to his landmark in this over.
A 150 overs up, Dave Joseph. 150 overs up. Score of 638 for 6. The lead 153.
You know, I can't recall playing in a game set where so much runs has been scored.
It has been runs aplenty.
Yeah. So lots of runs have been scored in these days, cricket these days.
And that's good. It's good to know. As Keshav was saying yesterday, it then depends on how they can convert that. In the international arena is bowled. Nathan Edwards gets the wicket. Moti does not get to his half century. And Nathan Edwards would be happy. That one was a quicker one.
Yeah, he played all across it. Bowl center stump.
So the first batsman in this innings that we have seen being bowled, am I correct? Yes.
No, yes.
In
yes,
this
yes.
innings.
And
Nathan
first
Edwards
wicket into the Pacers column.
Yes. The first in the Pacers column, Nathan Edward breaking
And
the
it is
Pacers.
the wicket has gone to the slowest of the
Of
four.
the 4, yes. But he has bowled well, and they too would have bowled well. So wicket number 7 going down. And Moti didn't get to the half century. So that's to run down the card as we are on a quick break. Tajari Chandapal since yesterday scored 59. Kevlon Anderson 31. Tevin Imlak 8. Zinolran Sami, who was overnight along with Matthew Nando, he scored 14. Jonathan Van Lang 133. Richie Locknort, he's not out on 60 to Gudakesh Moti on 48, but the man of the day, Matthew Nando, 237 from 361 deliveries, 29 fours, the man of the moment. The bowlers, well, who has come to the wicket? Virasamy Pamal. The last time he batted here, he got the top score, but this time it's very unlikely that he could get close to being a top scorer. That time he scored 90, but this time the top scorer is one who has scored 237.
Ooh.
Oh, Nathan Edward greeting him with a bouncer, but too high. So wide signal. There has to be something in this pitch you're getting these looping high bouncers.
It's not looping set. It's whenever it's hit dug in, it takes off. That's what I'm
Does.
saying. Although the runs are being scored on the chalk,
The pitch definitely has something
whenever
because
the bowlers really put it in, they'll get out something.
they had them bobbing and weaving at times, especially with that second new ball. All the pacers, as
Yeah.
though they had a plan.
I think this man started the second new ball, Nathan Edwards.
Yes, he
He
did.
did fairly well with it.
This time, Pamal jumping and playing that one, coming just about chest height.
Well, the intent is good for Nathan Edwards to Pamal. You've got to test him. He has just come in. See if you can, rattle him a little bit.
It's a
and then
good
get him
workout
out.
for them because Nathan Edward had the opportunity to, as we say, express himself and realize things are different, and he saw him at getting to his top pace, getting to that level that we know that he's capable of, that he has been accustomed to. Ooh, beats him outside the off stump, pulling inside the line. It's admirable stuff from this young St. Martin and Leeward Islands left armer. He's the smallest of the fast bowling quartet here, but yet he's saying, I'm a man, you got to respect me.
Yeah, he's stepping up to the occasion.
When I say the smallest, the others are towering over 6 feet. And well, the Red Steel keep pressing that lead. Cephas Cooper is on 96. His second half century of the game. 4 away from 100. Scored 93 in the first. That's all up at Coolidge. Ooh, another time. He goes past the edge. This is really special stuff from Nathan Edward.
Yeah, he's pulling all the chicks out of the bag set. He's trying a few things. I'm seeing he's actually coming from behind the umpire. If you watch him.
Yes. One
This
time he
looks
ran
like
between the umpire and the stumps.
Yeah, this looks like Wazim Akram.
Well,
Just jumps away from behind the umpire and delivers. Have a look.
Moti was jumping there. He was the one doing the jumping.
Pamal, not Motis.
Pamal. You could tell I'm tired, right?
Yeah, well. You gotta stick with it.
Machinando, we have to stick with it like Machinando did.
Yeah.
From start to finish.
Like a wall.
Seems like you love Gavaskar, man. You're talking about the wall.
Yeah.
Gavaskar was the wall and Dravid became a wall. Matthew Nando is a wall. Moti, not Moti, but Pramal was jumping and played it down for the square. He was perhaps, because he had a vicious short one at the beginning of the over and then two beating him outside the off stump. So perhaps he was setting up for a shorter one. And the man who comes back is the man who has done most of the work for the West Indies Academy and has gotten most of the wickets. Motara motoring on 4 wickets, and he had the opportunity twice of getting to that 5-wicket haul, but balls not staying in the hands of his colleagues this time. Sammy Pramal getting a single and getting off the mark. 639 for 7 6 overs remaining after this.
It's short.
Pulls it away. So Zishan Matara, 4 for 196. He's close to conceding 200 runs. But he will be looking in the wickets column for his inspiration. Oh, that one goes through him. He gets the 5-4. Well done, youngster. He punches the air. Virasamy Pramal was trapped on the crease, going back. And that one, instead of leaving him.
Is it leg before or ball?
Well, I saw it went through him, and the bails are off.
Oh, the bails are off.
So I know we would be able to show you all what happened. Virasamy Pramal, the last time he batted here, he scored 90 not out. Top scored for the Happy Eagles against the Windward Islands Volcanoes in the second innings. But this time, he's going back after this. Went through him and definitely bowled. He didn't know anything about that. Now we see the number 11 coming out. Here is another look.
From a different angle.
Goes back and he's bowled the off stump rocking back. Virasamy Pramal, he would like to bowl a ball like that. A 5-4.
Yeah, good fight by young
Matara. Zishan Matara.
As he said, he has tiled all day.
Well, he has caught fish.
Yeah, well,
excess.
As I said, if you're not bowling, you won't be able to get any wickets.
If you're not working hard, can't expect the rewards. Now,
is this his first 5 set in regional cricket?
That is something to
it's the first.
be picked up.
First
and this man who comes out, Thaddeus Lovell, they tell me that he is quite adept with the bat. But he comes out at number 11.
But there's still another man.
But then, remember, there is also, he comes out at 10. Because Niall Smith
is still to come.
Still in the pavilion.
Yeah, I got a text message yesterday that tells me he's no slouch with the bat. So let's see what he has to offer.
Let's hope that the text is right. Because he's under the microscope now. He's anxious to get off the mark. Over comes to an end. A successful over for Zishan Matara.
An over in which he picked up his 5th wicket for this innings. Brilliant stuff by the young man. He's stuck to his work. It was hard work.
So it has been told to you and you've seen it before your eyes. Excellent cricket coming up at the Sabina Park in Jamaica. The West Indies versus Sri Lanka. And the West Indies and Sri Lanka will battle in 3 ODIs, CG United ODIs and 3 T20s. The dates are clear. So cricket from the 3rd of June to the 14th of June, all at Sabina Park. And here, that special zone that you've been looking for, cricket zone, is back. And if you're in Jamaica, get your tickets and you can go to the website windiescricket.com, or you can look on social media, Windies Cricket, and we beckon you to get to Jamaica. If you're not there, flights are available. If you're there, Kingston, Sabina Park, the cricket center is the place to be. West Indies versus Sri Lanka, so support the Maroons. 6:43. The last time I saw a score of 6:43 at this venue was the West Indies versus India, and I'm trying to pull out the date or the year. And India You know, one of the things I remember with the game, Anil Kumbli, remember he came out with well strapped. He was struck by, was it Mervyn Dillon? A broken jawbone, and then he, they brought him out to bat. In spite of that, he was trapped up by Dr. Singh, Dr. K.K. Singh. Never forgot it. And guys were saying in the press box, but if just the man being strapped up batting, would it be a distraction to the bowlers? And that is why I remember that occasion. Pretty much a place of history. That game was a high-scoring game. So those who remember would put their hands up. I hope I didn't credit that to Mervyn Dillon. I hope that it's not somebody else, but I'm just going off of bare memory as I see the score coming up, getting close to 650. Oh, a good one again from Edward. Lovely's assured, looks calm and assured. The way he got out of that, he just eased back. He was not drawn into it. He was not hurrying away from it. He looks like he understands batting very well.
Yeah, his eyes were focused and tracking the ball. So he was in no bother at all. He just had to weave out of the way. But again, Edwards is still working up some pace. Set. He's gotten the wicket, first wicket for the fast bowlers in this game for the young West Indies Academy.
Well, he realizes that he has to work and prove his point. He's in his 18th over. So, not a man who will be celebrating. Zishan Matara will celebrate his 5-wicket haul. So would say, Pacers, you did the work. But the young 19-year-old leg spinner, not a Barbadian in the Arsenal. As I mentioned, he was also one who had given the opportunity to make an international T20 debut. Comfortable on that. Well, he has a 5-4 before that, Dave. In his 10 matches prior to this, 25 wickets. His best, 7 for 108. And we will tell you this then is his second 5-wicket haul. We mentioned that he did play a T20 international. He was in that squad along with Kareem Agor, that squad that went down to Nepal, played against Nepal in UAE. You remember that? At the same time, the West Indies team was heading towards the World Cup. So the young man is no stranger to those in authority. And he's going to come back. Look at this scorecard. Highlighting it. Matthew Nandu and Jonathan Van Lang. And then the supporting cast, Tej Chandapal. The man who is in, Richie Locknott. Scoring half century. Nathan Edward getting his first wicket. The first in the column of the one of the 4 Pacers. But this man, Zishan Motara, is flighting it well. Happy Eagles leading by 159. 2 wickets still. They're asking the youngsters to toil, and there is a big drive. The return comes in. Loud appeal, not out, says umpire Brathwaite. But they really came through for that thing. He struck it really hard. So it rushed to Dindial. And he fired that one in. Lover gets off the mark though. Let's look at it. Just made it. Some clean camera work and good production work from Okuye. Just made it. That was clear. So the
Except
umpire.
we haven't really made mention of our supporting staff, our cameramen and our producers. They've been doing an excellent job all game.
Yes, Kishore and his crew. Kishore and his crew. We have really been impressed from day one. And it is interesting how they have used the technology. The camera angles have been excellent. The background shoots. And they have brought us all along. Dave Joseph making his debut with the pitch report and doing it quite well. So it's part of a team. And it is hard work. But the end result, final product, is desired. Scores of even television screens and many cameras, and you know, for this production, even not to have all those equipment, and then you get a good finished product. I think it's one to be proud of as a cricket lover and as a Caribbean person. 6:45 for 8. 6:45 for 8, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, that's a huge score. As I said,
Have you been on a team scoring 645?
that's something we can't do.
I think you got to 5 something in that first class game against Barbados in Anguilla, but it wasn't 6 something.
No, that's a tall order.
Because in that game, Richie Richardson scored, 158. You scored 85, 89. Ridley Jacobs, I think, scored 85. You know, there were some good knocks. I thought Lanville Harrigan had a 50. But the Barbadians had also done well. It was interesting. You mentioned the Barbadian court. Vasper Jake scored a nice breezy 100. And that was a one-scoring pitch, but it was one of the faster pitches that I've witnessed in the Caribbean.
Yeah,
not just then, but I'm telling you overall. Good for batting, good for bowling.
Yeah, once the ball is coming, it's coming at you.
When you looked at that track in Anguilla, you could almost see yourself in a mirror.
Yeah, well, I still have pictures of it set when the two captains were throwing the toss. You could see the reflection of both captains down on the pitch.
You.
Yeah.
On that occasion, we didn't have TV, we didn't have a stream, we didn't have production. It was all radio, right? And I was there because, you know, on a business venture, didn't really participate in the broadcast, but, you know, was providing some support to Richie Richardson then in his merchandising and leading that charge. He was just having his first occasion in a while to play the entire Caribbean season or regional first class season. He was on rest from his West Indies cricketing duties. Those were the days. Dave Joseph scored 541 runs in that season, including 300s. And no one was able to get him on the West Indies team. It still remains my biggest puzzle. And now players are just calling 100 or 300 or 1 century, and everybody's bowling. They should be in the team. And here is my challenge. It took Dave Joseph 4 years later to get into international cricket. But that is all part of history. $6.49 for 8. 66 to Richie Locknort. And British Airways is saying that someone needs to board it. Perhaps Nathan Edward is saying, I'm flying the ball over the bowler batter's shoulder and helmet. So he won't mind joining if it's taking him to greener pastures.
Yeah, I'm having a look at your rush hour traffic set. So it seems like we're going to have a bit of trouble getting home, heading that direction, Zed.
Well, I had a problem getting down this morning because of an accident on the All Saints Road. Had to go back and get right through Seaview Farm, then get onto Factory Road, and then, you know, the traffic again Oh, lovely shot, but fielder is in the way. But my wife then said to me that on her returning that way that there was, I think there was a death in that accident, and I think 3 men who were working along the road may have been run over by a truck.
Wow. Sorry to hear about that.
So hours after, there was still traffic. There was still a lot of traffic. So you understand that. And now this traffic going out. Driven nicely by Locknort for 4. The 650 comes up.
And Locknort moves on to 70. So he'll be eyeing that other landmark of a century set.
Well, if he has the support, he would need for Lovell to see him through the night. And hopefully, and if he does, then he would also may want to rely on Niall Smith, because there are 3 overs remaining after this. We have already gotten past 5. So whether those 3 overs or 5:30, whichever comes first, that will determine our closeout time for our viewers to understand. Oh, this time he has been struck, turning his back on that one. Quick one from Nathan Edward. He was in line, but then he saw it rushed into his shoulder. Nathan Edward is showing that he still has a fight up for Locknort. Oh, he was ducking, and that one took the thigh pad and took his forearm.
Yeah, he seems, a little
Seems
bit
pretty
suspect.
okay.
He's a little bit suspect with the short ball. They've been testing him with quite a few short balls since they've been in. I think all the bowlers would have tested him. All the fast bowlers would have tested him with short balls. Yeah, you need to keep his eye on the ball set for a longer period.
Well, here is the matter. I think the players know. They pick who they're bowling certain deliveries to. And that is another good part of it. Umpire O'Geese signaling clearly that definitely was not out.
It might have been close, Seth. Let's
Well,
have a look.
we would look at it. May have started down leg.
Yeah, it looks as if pitch outside leg. Wow.
Is it Pittman?
No, that's
Goodrich? Those fast bowlers are doing a lot of work.
Feeling in the deep.
Well, as I'm looking at the highest scores, well, West Indies A against Sri Lanka A, that was 18. In 2013, that was after your time. So when we say West Indies, oh, that's a beauty. That's a peach from the youngster. Look at that. It ripped, it dropped, it bounced, it dipped, it did everything. Lubing. And oh, it beat him all ends up. Locknort had not a clue. But Tara, this guy is getting better and better. He's in his 44th over. He already has a 5-4. And he's looking for wicket number 6. Very impressed. The young leg spinner.
Well, it's always a joy to watch this craft set. Right arm leg spinners. You know, they're a little bit more exciting
Not
than
an
the left
easy
arm
task.
orthodox. So the left arm orthodox comes into the attack now.
Yes, the Pisa is setting his field. They'll be thinking that they're coming towards the end of the day. The Pisa would have had a wicket early on and just rolling the arms around. 1 over remaining after this. But we may have more because we're still 12 minutes. Well, I believe no. Yes, it's 1 after this based on what we've had. A long day here. The lead of 169. You may see Rivaldo Clark on the screen, but it's actually Giovanto Di Pisa. Giovante Di Pisa. Another youngster with good batting ability. Oh, that's a wrongful toss.
Wow.
He's now rubbing his hand in the dirt.
And he laughs. Lovell laughs. It's a full toss and he didn't put it away.
Exactly. You wonder, perhaps Lovell has been told
He's looking to stay
there.
until tomorrow.
He didn't want to play high risk shot, but with no one over mid wicket, I'm telling you, even at my age, I would be going after that.
Well, the Pisa is actually flighting it even more.
Well,
he
would want to, yes, invite him and let him play. Then he's being induced into a false stroke. The Pisa gets to celebrate, gets his 2nd wicket. That's what he would want. But Lovell is well focused, defends the last ball of what should be the penultimate over of the day's play. The lead remains Guyana 169 for 8. Sorry, Guyana 654 for 8, a lead of 169. Richie Locknott on 7. Reino final over. And as you look at the day, Dave, the 2 men, I believe, who will be in the spotlight. Matthew Nandu again.
Yeah, he definitely.
And Jonathan Van Lan.
Yeah, two Guyanese batters who have done pretty well today.
That's right. And Zishan Motara.
Yeah.
His 5-wicket haul.
Yeah, he has done well to bowl well. Tried hard.
The best bowling figures in this game, because no one got more than 3. 2 Guyanese spinners got 3 each. And he has led the charge for this West Indies Cricket Academy bowling. Spinners taking 7, Nathan Edward taking 1. Test of patience, this pitch.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Looking to go in tonight and come back tomorrow. He's playing pretty safe.
Dave, I'm heading over to do our post-game interviews, so trust that it will be well with you and everyone else.
Yeah, thank you, Seth. It's been a pleasure being with you all day. Broadcasting the proceedings all day. Young leg spinner Matara still on his job. Last over of the day. Ooh, well ball. Wow, mixed up. Oh, he's safely back. Lover. Yeah, that brings us to the end of the day's play. Guyana Happy Eagles 654 for 8 wickets. You have Matthew Nandu getting a double century. Vanland getting his maiden first class 100. And we have got Matara getting a fifer for the day. So some pretty good highlights. Yeah, so our scorecard for today back here at the ARG. We've seen Shanda Paul for the Guyana Happy Eagles, he got 59. Nando got 237. Kevin Anderson, he got 31. Tevin Imlak, the captain for the Guyana Happy Eagles, he got 8. Rampasani, he got 14. Van Land, he got 133. Locknott is still not out on 71. Moti, he got out 48. Palmal, he was out for 1. Lovell is still not out on 4. For the West Indies Academy, I think young Matara got his a fiver second fiver at least for his first class, and we'll stay tuned for the player of the day interviews. So we'll have a look at some of with our player of the day today. So you could join us tomorrow at 10 for a next interesting day. We have got 3 interesting days so far, exciting days of cricket. So we're looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Have a great evening.